कमी ना आए। धन्यवाद।
86।
सर, मैं मधुरेंद्र, न्यूज नेशन से। मेरा सवाल नेवी चीफ से है, क्योंकि नेवी में हम देखते हैं कि टेक्निकली प्रोफिशिएंट और खासतौर पे वेल ट्रेंड जो लोग हैं वो होते हैं। चूंकि ये भर्तियां 4 साल के लिए होगी, तो किस तरह से इनको नेवी के लिए टेक्निकली फिट और ट्रेंड किया जाएगा, ताकि वो जो करंट नेवी का एक तरह से पूरा हम देखें कि मास है और जो हम कहें कि एक तरह से एफिशिएंसी है, उसको मैच कर पाएंगे।
धन्यवाद। ये जो स्कीम है, ये नेवी का जो यूथफुल प्रोफाइल और टेक्निकल कॉम्पिटेंस में बढ़ावा लाने के लिए है। तो अभी क्या होगा, ये जो अग्निवीर का जो ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम जो है, उसमें हमने करिकुलम वगैरह टेलर करके जो ट्रेनिंग अभी जो पहले से जो नौजवान भर्ती हो रहे हैं, उनका सेम टाइप ऑफ ट्रेनिंग ही होगा इनके लिए, लेकिन ये ट्रेनिंग थोड़ा इम्प्रूव्ड होगा। हमने क्या किया, ये पहले 22 वीक्स का ट्रेनिंग होता था इनिशियल ट्रेनिंग में, उसको हमने अभी कम कर दिया कि 16 वीक्स ट्रेनिंग बेस में होगा और 2 वीक ट्रेनिंग शिप में होगा। तो इसमें हम न्यू टेक्निक्स, न्यू प्रोसेसेस, सिमुलेटर्स, एमुलेटर्स, ये सब लाके इनका ट्रेनिंग का मेथोडोलॉजी इंप्रूव करके ट्रेनिंग आउटपुट सेम या बेहतर रहेगा, लेकिन ट्रेनिंग ड्यूरेशन कम किया गया। सो व्हाट विल हैपन इज, ये जो इनिशियल जो हमारा मेंटेनेंस रिक्वायरमेंट है, जो फर्स्ट 4 इयर्स में पहले भी लोग करते थे, उसमें सेम लेवल ऑफ कॉम्पिटेंस विल बी देयर, लेकिन द प्रॉब्लम विल कम फॉर द डीपर मेंटेनेंस रिक्वायरमेंट्स। तो इसके लिए करंटली वी हैव ट्रेन्ड पर्सनल कॉल्ड आर्टिफिसर्स, तो जिनका ट्रेनिंग होता है करीब 2-2.5 साल ट्रेनिंग एस्टैब्लिशमेंट में होता है, और उसके बाद वो जहाज में जाके काम करके फिर प्रोफेशनल हो जाएगा और इक्विपमेंट रिपेयर करना वगैरह शुरू कर देता है। तो इसमें अगेन वी आर लुकिंग एट अ कंप्लीट चेंज। इसमें 2 तरीके से हम वी आर ब्रिंगिंग इन इम्प्रूवमेंट्स। एक तो आईटीआई क्वालिफाइड अग्निवीर्स को एनरोल करेंगे, जिसमें से ये फायदा होगा कि आईटीआई ट्रेन्ड जो है उसका ऑलरेडी बेसिक टेक्निकल नॉलेज काफी अच्छा है, तो उसको जहां 2 या 2.5 साल का ट्रेनिंग पहले होता था, उसको अभी बस 6 मंथ्स का एडिशनल ट्रेनिंग दिया जाएगा ऑन स्पेसिफिक इक्विपमेंट विच इज देयर ऑन बोर्ड शिप और सबमरीन और एयरक्राफ्ट एटसेट्रा। दूसरा मेथड जो हम अभी इंप्लीमेंट कर रहे हैं, दैट इज नोन एज द नेवी एंट्री आर्टिफिसर स्कीम। दैट मीन्स जो ऑलरेडी नेवी में है और या अग्निवीर भी हो सकता है, लेकिन वो 4 साल के बाद 5th ईयर में उनको ये आर्टिफिसर ट्रेनिंग दिया जाएगा, तो दे विल बिकम क्वालिफाइड टू अंडरटेक डीप रिपेयर्स ऑफ द इक्विपमेंट। सो इस तरीके से हमारे ख्याल से देयर विल बी नो रिडक्शन इन द टेक्निकल कॉम्पिटेंसी, बल्कि वी फील दैट विल बी मच मोर इफेक्टिव एंड इन फैक्ट we are all Navy is also looking at a concept called operator maintainer। मतलब जो ऑपरेटर है, मेंटेनर है, वो इक्विपमेंट को ऑपरेट भी कर सकते हैं। तो दिस इज अ न्यू मैनिंग प्लान दैट वी आर लुकिंग एट इन द नेवी। धन्यवाद।
Number 60, but before that I want to say that many media friends are calling this scheme as a tour of duty. That is incorrect. This is the Agnipath scheme. So I request everybody to refer it as Agnipath scheme and not tour of duty. It's being confused. Number
सर, मेरा नाम संदीप है, न्यूज 18 इंडिया से। मेरा सवाल है वायुसेना प्रमुख से। सर, चूंकि सेना में जो यूथ आता है वो कहीं ना कहीं एक स्टेबल जॉब, एक पेंशनेबल जॉब की सोच से आता है, ये जो नई स्कीम है वो किस तरीके से फायदेमंद होगा उन लोगों के लिए, क्योंकि ना तो अब इसमें स्टेबिलिटी सिर्फ 4 साल की है और पेंशन इसमें है नहीं।
देखिए, आज भी क्या होता है कि 12वीं कक्षा के बाद एक युवा को 3 ऑप्शन होते हैं। या तो हायर स्टडीज परस्यू करेगा, या तो कोई स्किल डेवलप करेगा, या एम्प्लॉयमेंट की अपॉर्चुनिटी ढूंढेगा। हमारे एंट्री लेवल क्वालिफिकेशन अभी 12th पास है। तो अग्निपथ स्कीम के तहत से एक्चुअली हम अगर गौर से देखा जाए तो युवा को हम तीनों अपॉर्चुनिटीज कंकरेंटली दे रहे हैं। ही इज स्ट्रेट वे स्टार्टिंग टू अर्न a fairly good salary with a good bank balance at the savings at the end of his 4-year tenure। इसके साथ साथ उसका स्किलिंग भी हो रहा है, जो कि बाहर अगर 4 साल के बाद वो बाहर नौकरी ढूंढेगा तो ये स्किल उसके काम आएगी। साथ साथ स्किल के साथ साथ उसको जो कोर वैल्यूज हैं सर्विस के, पंक्चुअलिटी, ऑनेस्टी, इंटीग्रिटी, पेट्रियोटिज्म, ये भी उसके अंदर ये भावना भी डेवलप हो जाएंगी। इसके अलावा नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के तहत से जितना भी फॉर्मलाइज ट्रेनिंग दिया जाएगा उसको, उसके क्रेडिट पॉइंट्स मिलेंगे। उस क्रेडिट पॉइंट्स को लेके 4 साल के बाद वो हायर एजुकेशन परस्यू कर सकता है। तो कंकरेंटली एक्चुअली ही इज अचीविंग ऑल द 3 एम्स। और जो 4 साल के बाद जो ऑप्ट करके सिलेक्ट हो जाता है उसको तो पेंशनेबल जॉब है। जो बाहर जाता है ही इज अ मच मोर कॉन्फिडेंट एंड स्किल्ड यूथ who can face the challenges of the world.
All right, India Today continues tracking those developments. I'm going to cut across to a short break. On the other side, day 2 of Rahul Gandhi's ED grilling underway in the National Herald case, bringing you all those details up next.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye. Unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India.
India Today TV wins big at NT Awards 2022. Bags 14 most coveted awards. TV news presenter male Rahul Gandhi. Business news anchor female Abha Bakaya. Best news debate show News Track. Best talk show To the Point. Daily news bulletin News Today. TV news reporter Ashutosh Mishra. Sports special Go for Gold. Best use of graphics by a news channel State of War 2021 elections. And many more. With 37 awards for the India Today group, the most credible network is also the most awarded. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching
Now, there's no respite for Rahul Gandhi when it comes to his grilling by the Enforcement Directorate. Day 2, and it seems like the questioning continues. After being questioned for nearly 10 hours on Monday, the Congress MP is now at the ED office for the second round of questioning. Ahead of the visit, he was seen entering the AICC headquarters with Priyanka Gandhi, while several top Congress leaders and workers stood in solidarity with the Gandhis. ED sources close to India Today have revealed that Rahul looked cautious and his lawyers had already tutored him as to what to say. ED sources also said that Rahul was evasive on some of the questions and they were not satisfied with Rahul's answers. Therefore, they've called him for questioning another round. Rahul Gandhi was questioned over a variety of questions related to the Associate Journal Limited. In fact, ED has questioned Rahul Gandhi about his role in the organization that owns National Herald paper. Let me cut across to Aishwarya Paliwal joining us right outside the ED office. Aishwarya, it's been, 2 hours now since grilling has begun of Rahul Gandhi for the second consecutive day. We know that the ED sources have told us that Rahul may have been evasive on certain questions. He may have been tutored by his lawyers. He was being very cautious when giving out some of those answers. But that was expected. At this point, do we know of any kind of misses that Rahul Gandhi has displayed in terms of evading questions as such, as what happened yesterday for 10 hours? Now it continues the second day. Anything pertinent that the ED is posing to him which he has failed to respond to?
Well, Nabila, I don't know at the moment exactly what's happening inside the ED office, but yes, one thing is...
I'm going to try and patch Aishwarya Paliwal again. Shreya, who's currently joining us from the Congress office. Shreya, over to you. We saw the kind of commotion on the second consecutive day, right after Rahul Gandhi was asked to come to the ED office for the second round of summons. Yet again, massive commotion, drama, hangama by the Congress leadership there. They've channelized all their energies only to stand in solidarity with Rahul Gandhi, and certainly not a peaceful one. Violent protests, I would say. We saw the police stepping in, many of them trying to jump off barricades, slogan air right in the heart of Delhi city. We saw the traffic police of Delhi now also issuing advisories to people, commuters, to take different diversions. I mean, is this all needed at all?
Well, Nabila, you know, there are questions that are being raised against the Congress's attitude towards the summoning of Rahul Gandhi. Since yesterday they have been out on the roads protesting. I'm outside the Enforcement Directorate office, where we also saw the Congress protesters, who was led by the Youth Congress President Srinivas. They protested and they were immediately detained. And if you can see the visuals just behind me, the security remains the same as it was yesterday. This is the day 2 of questioning of Rahul Gandhi. For yesterday, Rahul Gandhi's questioning ran for around 10 hours, but it was for 8.5 hours that he was actually questioned. The remaining time he took to correct certain words that was written in those answers. And remember, the reason Rahul Gandhi has been called again is because he was evasive in certain of his answers, as well as he was cautious while answering about the transaction details between Young India Private Limited when it bought AJL in the year 2010, along with which they also bought the debt that AJL went into, which was to the tune of 90 crore rupees. Now, apart from that, we're also learning there are some more documents that the Enforcement Directorate is posing before Rahul Gandhi today, asking the questions, because there was a question of the assets of AJL that the Young India Private Limited had also acquired, which was to the tune of 2,000 crores at prominent locations. This was against a criminal complaint that was filed in a trial court by Subramaniam Swamy, followed by which now we see that the Enforcement Directorate has actually filed a PMLA and questioning Rahul Gandhi. This is the first time that the agency has questioned him. Second day of questioning will be interesting to see whether it runs on as long as it did yesterday. But if Rahul Gandhi continues to be evasive, he will continue to face the heat of Enforcement Directorate.
Shreya, when you say evasive, a quick word and some clarity on what are those questions that he may have been evasive on. We know that ED sources have said that he has been quite cautious in answering some of those questions. He seemed like he was trained by a lawyer, his counsel, but that's no surprise. Anyone who appears before the central agency are quite prepared on what they have to say. But little does Rahul Gandhi know the kind of questions that would come his way. It appears that he may not have had some of the answers. Any word on where he may have failed or slipped at this point for the ED to summon him for the second consecutive day after grilling him for over 10 hours last evening?
Well, from what we're learning, Nabila, from our sources inside the Enforcement Directorate, that the shareholding that Rahul Gandhi have in Young India Private Limited, which is to the tune of 38%, he's also one of the directors in Young India Private Limited. There are certain documents regarding this shareholding that is in the possession of the Enforcement Directorate. Apart from that, there are certain transaction details that the ED is also looking into. This is the time period of March 2010 to November 2010, the time when AJL was actually acquired by Young India Private Limited. Now, Rahul Gandhi was asked pointed questions about these transaction details, whether he was aware of these transaction details, whether these transaction details were done at the behest of his orders. So he was very cautious while he was answering these questions. The Enforcement Directorate also found that he was sounding tutored. Is the main reason that he's been called yet again for a second round of questioning today. Yesterday, the entire questioning, along with the time that he took to correct his answer, ran over for more than 10 hours. Will be interesting to see what it happens today. But very pertinently, he will be facing the heat of ED as ED continues to question him about the documents that are there in the possession of Enforcement Directorate so far as the transactions of Young India Private Limited and AJL is concerned.
Right. At this point, we see that there are several Congress leaders, many of them, including Randeep Surjewala and the likes, B.V. Srinivas, who've been dragged in yet again, to the Tughlaq Road police station. Do they not realize they're only adding to the commotion and the woes of people at large? This kind of backing for the Congress leader when he's been summoned on a corruption allegation is futile. Do they realize the intensity of the protests that they are currently carrying out at this point? What's been the response largely? We've heard the reactions, but when you spoke to them one-on-one...
Well, unfortunately, Nabila, the Congress workers, despite knowing the fact that there is Section 144 imposed in the New Delhi district, they continue to protest against the summoning of Rahul Gandhi by the ED. Yesterday, we saw that Delhi police detained over 459 Congress workers, and there was a case under 65 DP Act that was also slapped against them. Despite that, they continue to protest. Now, what's the reason that they protest? They say that this is a political witch hunt. If you further question the Congress party, they say that the company that is in concern, Young India Private Limited or AGL, these are Section 25 companies, which mean that the profit earned, if at all, cannot be shared by either the owners or those who are the board of directors. So that is one of the alibi that actually the Congress party is taking. And that's the reason they say that this is nothing but a political witch hunt, as they face the Delhi police as well when they're protesting out on the streets. And at a time when the Delhi police has actually converted the New Delhi district into a fortress in and around the Enforcement Directorate as well as the AICC headquarters.
Shreya, thank you very much. I'm going to come back to you, but really, is this a witch hunt? What are the real allegations against the Gandhi family? Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi have been summoned. Rahul has, the first round, attended the summons. He's currently being grilled. Sonia Gandhi will be appearing before the ED on the 23rd of June. Akshita Nandagopal explains to us the allegations leveled against them.
Let's simplify this as much as we can for you. Associated Journals Limited back in 2008 had a huge debt of about 90 crore rupees. And so the Congress decided to give them a loan of 90 crores to settle their debt. It didn't work. The company shut down. 2 years later, Young Indian was founded in 2010. Now, here's where there are allegations of, assets being transferred from Associated Journals to Young India for throwaway prices. We're talking about a 90 crore loan that was with Associated Journals being transferred to Young Indian for just 50 lakh rupees. 90 crores given for just 50 lakh rupees. Now, as far as Young Indian is concerned, you've got a 76% stake with the Gandhis. Sonia Gandhi has a 38% stake. Rahul Gandhi has a 38% stake. Besides that, Motilal Vora, Oscar Fernandez have a 24% stake. So if you look at that itself, there are questions about how this loan and all assets of AGL was transferred to Young Indian. Then there's another aspect that the ED is looking into. Dotex Merchandise Private Limited, shown as a Kolkata-based firm. The suspicion is that this was a shell company. They gave a 1 crore rupees loan to Young Indian in 2010 when Young Indian was just 1 month old as a company and was worth about 5 lakh rupees. And despite that, 1 crore loan was given by Dotex Merchandise. The allegation by the BJP was that this was actually a money laundering operation. But all of this essentially sums up for you the allegations right now against the Gandhis with regards to the acquiring of AGL's assets by Young Indian. The loan being transferred of 90 crores for just 50 lakhs, and also this 1 crore loan that was given by Dotex Merchandise to Young Indian. Again, the Congress has maintained that Young Indian is a not-for-profit company.
All right, here's the big news that we're currently tracking. Sharad Pawar all set to attend Mamata Banerjee's opposition meet that she's called for tomorrow at 3 p.m. to deliberate on presidential elections. All right, let me quickly cut across to Paulami joining us live for more on that. Paulami, Sharad Pawar now to be attending Mamata Banerjee's opposition meet tomorrow at 3 p.m. to deliberate on the presidential elections. While we know presidential elections is on the agenda, the far goal seems to be 2024. That's certainly the goal that the opposition parties have, to come up with a parallel leadership, opposition stiff enough to stand the overpowering, towering BJP at this point. Sharad Pawar will now be attending this meet. This gives some kind of credibility, it appears, to this entire opposition meet that will happen tomorrow. Give us what's on the agenda.
Well, the agenda is basically deliberating on the presidential elections. Mamata Banerjee has taken the lead and she's written to 22 leaders and chief ministers across opposition parties in order to enlist their support to basically build on and possibly prop up a consensus candidate for the upcoming presidential elections on July 18th. So tomorrow she will be in fact chairing a meeting. She has called for opposition leaders, so they will all be gathering at the Constitution Club in New Delhi at 3 p.m. and there will be deliberations. Now it remains to be seen how many of these leaders and parties that she's written to actually attend the meeting, but we do hear now that Mr. Sharad Pawar, who of course is one of the names that is doing the rounds in terms of the presidential candidates, will be attending that meeting. Though as far as the NCP camp is concerned, what we hear from Mr. Sharad Pawar's camp is that he is not very keen to contest the elections. That is something that he's communicated to leaders of his own party and also possibly to the Congress as well. Remember, the Congress has deputed Mallikarjun Kharge to in fact hobnob with opposition leaders in order to build consensus around one name. And Mr. Pawar seems to have conveyed to him as well that he's not very keen to contest the presidential elections. But this is going to be very crucial, like you said, because this basically, if they do manage to prop up a consensus candidate that all come on board for, then they do, they do stand a chance before the NDA and the NDA's candidate. While numbers are in the NDA's favor, if the opposition in fact speaks in one voice over here, this basically, even if they don't win the presidential elections and their candidate doesn't win the presidential elections, this basically sets the stage for 2024 and the possibility of a united front against the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Well, it seems like Sharad Pawar itself is one of the candidates that the opposition seem to be mulling over. But what's Pawar's response to that? Initially, he wasn't even willing to be part of this meet, but now we hear he's going to be attending this.
Well, Mr. Pawar has not been very keen to contest the elections. He has not shied away from attending any meeting. He does believe that there should be a consensus and they should in fact pitch a very strong candidate, a consensus candidate at that of the joint opposition in front of the NDA's candidate, whoever it will be. But Mr. Pawar himself is not very keen to contest the elections. We do hear that that was something which was in fact possibly deliberated upon when Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, deputed by Mrs. Sonia Gandhi, met with Mr. Pawar as well. But what we hear from within the rank and file of NCP is that Mr. Pawar has conveyed to those close to him that he's not very keen and he's not going to contest the presidential election. So who exactly could possibly, in fact, emerge as a consensus candidate? Now, some within the NCP camp are forwarding the name of Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad. Now, will the Congress, in fact, agree to that? Because Congress votes are going to be extremely crucial as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see whether the Congress, in fact, attends this meeting, which Ms. Mamata Banerjee has taken the lead and called for.
Right, a little more clarity, Polami, on what's the NDA stance on this. While they seem to have the numbers, they're still falling short, but who are they batting for?
Well, at the moment, the NDA, of course, hasn't, come up with a name as of yet. They're obviously deliberating on those names. Final call will be the Prime Minister's, and the Prime Minister will have the final say and word as to who exactly will be the NDA's candidate. But, of course, the NDA has, for the moment, the Bharatiya Janata Party has deputed Mr. Rajnath Singh and Party President Mr. JP Nadda to speak to NDA constituents as well as opposition parties, UPA constituents and third front members as well. Parties like the BJD, like the YSRCP as well, who usually are on the fence, have supported the NDA in the past to enlist their support for their candidates. So they are going to be speaking to everyone in order to gain their consensus and possibly have a consensus candidate who doesn't exactly have to contest an election to be elected to the post of president. So the NDA, the BJP, to be specific, has deputed Mr. Rajnath Singh and Mr. JP Nadda for it. So it remains to be seen eventually if they are able to enlist the support of others as well when they speak to them. But yes, the Prime Minister is already in conversations. We do hear that when Mr. Naveen Patnaik was here in Delhi and Jagan Reddy was here in Delhi just a few weeks ago, there was conversation in their meetings with the Prime Minister about the presidential elections, though not officially, confirmed.
Polami, thank you very much for joining us with those details. Now, we know that all eyes are currently on the presidential elections as preparations begin for July polls. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, in the meantime, is forming a strong opposition against the central government with invitations now to all major opposition parties. That meet happens tomorrow. Here's more on that.
The race for Raisina Hill is heating up. All eyes are now on who will be India's next president.
Poll for the election will be taken in Parliament House and in the premises of the state legislative assemblies.
With the presidential election just around the corner, the opposition is trying to field a joint candidate. TMC Supremo Mamata Banerjee is in the national capital to front a strong opposition against the centre. The Bengal Chief Minister has extended an invite to all major parties. The NCP, Aam Aadmi Party and other opposition parties are expected to participate in this brainstorming session. While the opposition brainstorms, the BJP will hold its own consultations with political parties to arrive at a consensus candidate. The BJP-led NDA has 48.9% votes in the Electoral College. This means the BJP will have to ensure the support of key regional players like the YSRCP, BJD and TRS to ensure its candidates win. The presidential polls will be a litmus test for opposition unity, with Mamata taking the lead to finalize an opposition candidate instead of waiting for the Congress. A consensus could be tough. Bureau Report, India Today.
We're slipping into a short break. As we leave you here, here are some of those images coming in from Karnataka, where Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai got quite emotional after watching a film. He remembered his dog, which he lost last year. Bommai broke down after watching a Kannada film called Charlie 777, which is all about a relationship between man and his dog. The Karnataka Chief Minister appreciated the film, spoke about his best friend, his dog, his Labrador that he lost last year, as he broke down emotionally.
ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಚಿತ್ರಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದಾವೆ, ಆದರೆ ಈ ಥರ 100% synchronizing with the emotions, especially emotion of a dog. Dog expresses its emotion through its eyes. ಬಹಳ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾಗಿದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ನೋಡಬೇಕು. ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೇನೆ, ಅನ್ಕಂಡೀಷನಲ್ ಲವ್ ಅಂತ. It's unconditional love, which is pure. And this cinema has brought purity in love to Rakshit Sethi and
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
It's been 2 years since India passed the controversial Citizenship Amendment Act. The much debated act fast-tracks citizenship of Hindu, Sikh, Buddhist, Jain, Parsi and Christian immigrants from Afghanistan, Pakistan and Bangladesh who arrived into India before 2015. However, the centre is yet to frame rules for it. Without the rules being framed, the act cannot be implemented. But interestingly, data from the past 5 years shows that 87% of the applicants who have received Indian citizenship are from Pakistan. And an astounding number of 6 lakh Indians have given up their citizenship in these last 5 years. India's brain drain. On an average, 1,21,632 people have given up Indian citizenship every year, but only an average of 1,044 people took Indian citizenship in the last 5 years. This means total intake is only about 1% of the total brain drain. The top preference for Indians is USA citizenship. At a small level, reverse migration is also taking place. Only 71 American citizens opted to take Indian citizenship in the last 5 years.
Oh, sorry.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls.
You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal taking you through the top news. First, the headlines. After India Today reported the horrific ordeal of 19-year-old Muslim teen who was slapped and thrashed, assaulted by a mob for backing Nupur Sharma, cops booked 125 people. And after wrestling inside Chief Minister Vijayan's flight, ugly Congress versus CPM war on Kerala gold scam leads to street battles across the state of Kerala. Shockwaves in Tamil Nadu over custodial deaths. 2 custodial deaths in 48 hours. 44-year-old allegedly dies in police custody. Family cries foul. Chief Minister Stalin under fire. Day 2 of Rahul Gandhi's ED grilling underway in herald laundering case. ED sources say that Congress MPs, Rahul Gandhi was evasive, he was taught by his counsel, sister Priyanka and top netas stand with Rahul Gandhi. Congress says its leaders are being detained without any provocation and are being manhandled. BJP says the Congress applies different yardsticks for scamster Gandhi. Top cop deny Congress's charge. The government, along with 3 service chiefs, unveil radical military recruitment scheme. Young 17.5 to 21-year-olds will be eligible now to serve for 4 years in the army. Veterans warn against the scheme. A massive India Today news break impact after we report hounding and slapping of Saad. 125 attackers who assaulted Saad have been booked. They're slapped and abused for slamming, beheading. All of those criminals have now been booked post the India Today coverage. 125 miscreants have now been booked by the police. In fact, this boy, Saad had been supporting Nupur Sharma, not explicitly, but had in fact condemned all the violence and the threats that she received. He had also very clearly denounced any kind of protests or violent riot-like situations that erupted post the comments that Nupur Sharma made, while Saad had condemned the violent protests and also in a way stood up for Nupur Sharma against the threats that she received. This boy, 17-year-old boy, was thrashed by a bunch of attackers. And then right after India Today's news coverage, at least 125 attackers who assaulted Saad have now been brought to book. They in fact abused him for slamming the beheading threat that Nupur Sharma had received. He had backed Nupur Sharma and also denounced all the kind of violent riot-like situations that unfolded in many parts of the country post Nupur Sharma's comments. As he condemned the violent protests, this boy, 17-year-old boy, who may have spoken the truth, unfortunately came under heat from many people in the community who thrashed him for not speaking out against Nupur Sharma. He was slammed, thrashed and abused only because he stood up for Nupur Sharma against the threats that she has been receiving. This boy now, after he was attacked brutally, 125 people have now been booked post India Today's relentless coverage. In fact, India Today had highlighted how this boy, 17-year-old boy, Saad, he was thrashed by a bunch of people only because he put out a message on social media which showed solidarity to Nupur Sharma for the kind of threats that she was receiving from different quarters for the comment that she made. He also denounced any violent riots or protests. And this boy was eventually thrashed by a bunch of people who knocked him off only for speaking the truth. Saad Ansari, a 17-year-old boy, was brutally beaten. He was slapped and tortured by a bunch of people, at least over 150 people who gathered right outside his house, pulled him out and abused him, beat him for maybe just speaking the truth. Let me cut across to Shiv Aru joining us live on this story. Shiv, you've been highlighting the issue on your show as well. We saw Saad Ansari, how he was brutally beaten for possibly speaking the truth. He denounced any kind of violent protests. He, of course, stood by Nupur Sharma against all the threats that she was receiving. And what did he get? A bunch of people landing up right outside his door, thrashing him left, right. They've now been all brought to book, and India Today impact indeed.
That is correct, Nabila. Just a few hours after India Today picked up the story, highlighted the story, brought out all the facts, including that disturbing video of young Saad Ansari, a 19-year-old engineering student, growing up on the outskirts of Mumbai in the Bhiwandi area, getting slapped in that manner for a social media post in the wake of the whole Nupur Sharma controversy. The Maharashtra police has had no choice but to act. They have cracked down. We understand that they've booked, they've registered an FIR, identifying at least 18 of the people who were part of that crowd that dragged Saad out of his house, abused him. One individual also was caught on camera, physically assaulting Saad Ansari. So a number of different sections under the Indian Penal Code, including intimidation and threatening a person with bodily harm, have been brought against those persons. Their identities, of course, have not been revealed, but they were all people in that particular neighborhood in which Saad Ansari lived with his parents. And therefore, we're going to have to wait and see what kind of action is taken. Let's also remember, Nabila, that Saad Ansari, who was arrested by the Bhiwandi police on the back of that, that horrible incident where he was slapped, is still in jail. He's been in jail for the last few days, ever since that social media post happened and since that attack happened. So we're with Saad Ansari as well.
Well, at this point, what we begin to think is that until India Today broke the news, it seems like the police were also hesitant on arresting those miscreants. We understand that they may have been aggrieved with Nupur Sharma's remarks, but to a point of coming down, assaulting a 19-year-old innocent boy who simply spoke the truth, denounced any kind of violence or threats. He was beaten up, pulled out and thrashed, but the police took so long for them to act. After the India Today coverage is when they actually woke up and pulled them up.
Whether or not he was speaking the truth is a separate debate altogether, Nabila. But, it was his opinion. He's a young, engineering student. He had a strong opinion to make about religion. It was a post where he basically denounced, most religion and, dogma and diktats and things like that, which many young people do. They have, they have a rebellious streak. And he was basically rejecting religion and wasn't really attacking Nupur Sharma. And that has been interpreted as, some kind of sacrilege or blasphemy, whatever the case may be. The fact that the police, chose to arrest him instead of arresting the people who actually attacked him in this shameful manner, tells you everything about the priorities of police forces in this country. Maharashtra, this was writ large in the Saad Ansari case. And Saad Ansari, there are some people who are trying to make it out to be that Saad Ansari was rescued by the police, has been kept in custody for his own safety. That's rubbish. I mean, it's the police's job to keep citizens safe. They had evidence on camera. They were there when this was happening. They had evidence on camera of this young man being attacked. One can only imagine what his family is going through as well. And for them to come out and actually, arrest him and take action only after India Today identified this entire, this sickening incident, speaks for itself, Nabila.
Shiv, thank you very much for joining us with those details. Dev Kotak, who's reporting from the ground in Mumbai. Dev, give us an understanding on the number of people who've been arrested, what charges have been leveled against them, and what happens to Saad Ansari now. We know he was arrested. Section 153A was slapped against him for attack upon a religion, race, place, or birth. In fact, he was taken to custody, and whatever the justification of the police is, what now happens to Saad Ansari? What's the future course for him?
To answer your first question, you asked about how many people, close to 100 people, in fact over 100 people. The rough estimate suggests that close to 120 people were present around his house. They had gherawed his house and also attacked Saad Ansari, who is the 20-year-old engineering student, only because he did not seem to agree with the other things that are stated in Islam, and sent out a social media post in support of Nupur Sharma, the suspended BJP national spokesperson, and also in another incident, Mukesh Chavan, a 22-year-old pharmacy student whose brother was beaten up for no fault of his. The moment they realized that this is Mukesh Chavan's house and his younger brother had supported, Nupur Sharma, a lot of people from Bhiwandi area gherawed his house and, attacked his brother too. So the kind of charges that have been slapped against Saad Ansari, which is the 20-year-old boy who seemed to disagree, is Section 153A, which pertains to promoting enmity between different religious groups and causing communal tension. But also at the same time, the 18 people who have been identified from a mob of around 120 people, the charges against them read under Section 141, 143, 147, 504 and 34 of the Indian Penal Code. Most of the charges also talk about discuss the common point where these people have resorted to unlawful assembly, rioting.
And it was very well visible all through those visuals that we have here on your screens. In fact, let's take a quick listen. My colleague Shiv Aru's reportage from last night, which has certainly made big impact. That's now led to identification of Saad Ansari's assaulters, and now they've been booked as well. India Today was the only channel to report the assault on the engineering student by that mob led by a Congress leader, which barged inside his house, thrashed him black and blue. Let's have a look.
There is an attempt being made by several vested interests across the country to, try and silence the noise around Saad Ansari. And there is no noise. The only noise is coming from India Today because we dare to cover stories from all sides. Saad Ansari, 19-year-old student who put out an internet post. 19 years old. He had a view about religion. He was angry. He put a post out. He did not attack Nupur Sharma for her prophet remarks. And this is what they did to him. They dragged him out of his residence. Look at the fear in that boy's eyes, viewer. Just look at the fear in that boy's eyes. He doesn't know what to do. He's just trembling with fear like a leaf. They make him recite the kalma and then they slap him. And because the mob is so rabid and angry, cowards, of course, strengthen numbers, that the police has no choice but to placate the crowd and arrest this young man. 19-year-old engineering student Saad Ansari is in jail at this time with the police in Bhiwandi in Maharashtra. Pankaj Upadhyay joins me live from Mumbai on this story. Pankaj, where is the case against young Saad Ansari at this point of time? He was arrested.
A 19-year-old boy was slapped, thrashed, assaulted by a mob inside his home in Maharashtra's Bhiwandi for allegedly supporting Nupur Sharma's remarks on Prophet Muhammad. Let's have a quick look at the timeline as to what really unfolded.
A massive backlash over Nupur Sharma's prophet remark. Thousands of Muslims taking to streets. Some staging protests. Others indulging in street clashes and even arson. Amid the fury, a Muslim teen found himself at the receiving end of mob fury for backing Nupur and her right to free speech. The youth engineering student Saad Ansari had posted comments on his social media account, denouncing radical outbursts against Nupur and opposing brazen death and beheading threats to her. His post soon went viral and several Muslim voices started abusing him. Ansari was even assaulted by a mob, led by a local corporator of the ruling Congress party, which forced itself into his house in Bhiwandi near Mumbai. Ansari was slapped, manhandled and was forced to read the kalma or Muslim prayers for penance.
तमाम निजामपुर के जो भी बच्चे थे वो यहाँ पे पुलिस स्टेशन में आए, सबके साइन किया हुआ एक मेमोरेंडम यहाँ पे दिया है और इनसे रिक्वेस्ट की है कि उस पे एफआईआर करें। इंशाल्लाह एफआईआर हो के उस पे जो भी कानूनी कार्रवाई वो होएगी। और मैं एक ही मैसेज देना चाहता हूँ कि बस अब इसके बाद में अगर किसी ने इस तरीके की बदतमीजी किया, कानून अपना काम करे, हम अपना काम करेंगे।
हम सब कुछ बर्दाश्त कर सकते गए, लेकिन रसूल आज़म सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम की शान में अगर कोई गुस्ताखी करेगा तो हम बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे।
His ordeal didn't end there. Ansari was arrested by the Maharashtra police for backing Nupur Sharma. The cops lodged an FIR against the youth for vilifying and attacking Islam. Did Ansari pay the price for being a moderate and denouncing open calls to violence and beheading? Bureau Report, India Today.
Here's some big news coming in from Kerala. Furious fight erupts over Kerala gold scam. The ruling left front versus the opposition in the skies as well as on the ground. Quite literally, First Youth Congress workers wrestle with a left leader in the presence of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan inside an Indigo flight, putting lives of flyers in absolute danger. That's the visual that you see here on your left-hand side of your screens, where we're looking at left ruling party versus the opposition UDF. We see leaders there indulging in a fight, almost a physical fight inside the Indigo flight in front of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. Absolutely shameful. And that's the visual that we get here from the flight. And then you have, furthermore, the fight descending to the ground with many of the opposition and the ruling party members clashing on the streets across Kerala. The ruling LDF versus the opposition UDF, many of them heckling the Chief Minister inside the flight, and then many of their leaders were heckled right in different parts of Kerala on ground. LDF leader pinned down the hecklers, led to violent protests. In fact, CPM and Democratic Youth Federation of India workers are currently locked in a pitched battle against the Congress. In fact, the fight has erupted after key gold scam accused Swapna Suresh claimed that Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan himself took bribes. Kerala cops have now booked the two Youth Congress workers for attempt to murder, conspiracy and aggravated assault that threatens the safety of an aircraft. Akshay Nath joining us live for more on that. Akshay, give us a sequence of events. We saw a fight, a physical fight inside an Indigo flight. What a shame. In front of Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, we saw that security was an absolute mess. People there indulging in a fight while passengers, commuters were seated inside a flight, risking their lives. What action has been taken? I'm going to try and patch Akshay on the phone line yet again, but here's a visual that you see here. As passengers seated on a flight, Indigo flight, we see that the LDF versus UDF, members of the two parties indulging in a proper fight in the presence of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. In fact, the visual here shows how one man is pinning, literally assaulting the other. They heckled the LDF leader, pinning him down right in front of the Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. And this eventually led to further clashes on ground on the streets of Kerala, different parts of Kerala. We saw hectic protests, and many of them also blaming two Congress members for creating this kind of violence, commotion and tensions across the state. Remember, all of this erupted after key gold scam accused Swapna Suresh claimed that Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan himself took bribes. Let me cut across to Akshay and ask more on that. Akshay, give us some clarity. The visuals that we see here on an Indigo flight, where people of two parties fighting with each other in the presence of passengers on that flight, putting all of them at risk. Who began that fight? Who is to blame to what happened inside the Indigo aircraft? Akshay, if you can hear me.
Hello.
Akshay, can you hear me? I'm going to try and patch Akshay there, but here you see visuals of the Indigo aircraft right there. Many of the crew members who are trying to take cognizance, try to calm the situation. Many of them are outside, seated on the ground. What a shame. Undoubtedly, this has brought much embarrassment to the state of Kerala. The Kerala gold scam has now snowballed to a point of contention for the opposition to blame the ruling for corruption. Again, these are all allegations that are currently being probed into, but it seems like certain statements by Swapna Suresh accusing the Chief Minister of taking bribes has snowballed this controversy into a proper fist fight. All right, cutting across to Tamil Nadu, yet another custodial death that's rocked the state. 2 custodial deaths in 2 days. 4 custodial deaths in less than 2 months have put the Stalin government now under fire. Opposition slams MK Stalin for raising police barbarity, saying that the Chief Minister is incapable of handling the state cops. Here's more on what happened.
First Thangamani, then 25-year-old Vignesh. On June 13th, Rajshekhar in Chennai. And now 44-year-old Sivasubramanian. Custodial deaths are on the rise in Tamil Nadu. 44-year-old Sivasubramanian allegedly died in Nagapattinam on Monday. Sivasubramanian was arrested over a brawl with his acquaintance. The police claim he suffered fits and was taken to a hospital where he was declared brought dead. Tamil Nadu BJP President Annamalai claimed that the police department, which is handled by Chief Minister Stalin, has sown seeds of fear among the public. Sivasubramanian is the fourth custodial death in less than 2 months in Tamil Nadu. With rising custodial deaths, the Stalin government is under fire over police barbarity. Will the government crack the whip on the police administration? With Pramod Madhav in Chennai, Bureau Report, India Today.
Meanwhile, the Kannada versus Hindi language war has resurfaced in Karnataka. In Karwar, residents are now fuming after signboards were put up with both Hindi and Kannada signages. The memorandum has been submitted against the usage of Hindi in the boards of localities there. Back in 2017, metro signboards bearing Hindi signages were plastered off or removed in Bengaluru. The district has standing orders now that only Kannada should be used across all these boards. An explanation has also been demanded from the Municipal Council. This is not the first time. Recently, Kannada actor Kicha Sudeep's row with Ajay Devgan over Hindi has sparked condemnation from across the circles. Karnataka Chief Minister Basaraj Bommai had said earlier that regional languages must be respected, but nonetheless, this debate seemed to be unending.
ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ನಡ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿ ಬಳಸಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ಸ್ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಹೌದು. ಬೇರೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಬಳಸಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಇದೆಯಾ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟೀಕರಣ ತಗೋಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ನಗರಸಭೆಗೂ ನಾನು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲನೇಷನ್ ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಯಾವ ಬೇಸಿಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರುವುದು ಕನ್ನಡ ಬಳಸಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಿಲ್ಲ, ಕನ್ನಡ ಬಳಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕನ್ನಡ ಇತ್ತು, ಕನ್ನಡ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗ ಹಿಂದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೀತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕೊಂಕಣಿಗೆ ಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲದ ಕಾರಣ ಕೊಂಕಣಿಯನ್ನು ಹಿಂದಿ ಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೀತಾ ಇರೋದಾಗಿ CMCಯಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಓರಲಿ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಲಿಖಿತವಾಗಿ ಯಾವ ಗೈಡ್ಲೈನ್ಸು ಯಾವ ಬೇಸಿಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಂತ ತೊಗೊಳ್ತೀವಿ.
All right, meanwhile, sensational developments in the high-profile Bengaluru drug bust case. Bollywood actor Shraddha Kapoor's brother, Siddharth Kapoor, was granted bail after he was arrested for allegedly consuming drugs in a Bengaluru hotel. According to the Deputy Commissioner of Police, the other 4 people arrested have also been released on bail. Cops have sent the samples of 35 people suspected of having consumed drugs. Siddharth Kapoor's samples were amongst the 5 that turned out to be positive. The cops revealed that Siddharth was DJing at that party and that 2 packets of drugs were seen lying around a dustbin. Police further said that it was unclear if they consumed the drugs and entered the hotel or they consumed it post entering the hotel. All right, now, Buddhist monks' pitch for a monastery in Kargil has been shot down. Tibetan monk Palga has proposed peace march to Kargil for the construction of a monastery in Kargil. That's not been allowed now. The Ladakh administration has denied permission, saying that they want to avoid any communal tensions across Ladakh region, considering the monks' march was opposed by Muslim-dominated organizations of Kargil. The march in fact started from Leh on 31st of May and was to conclude in Kargil, but permission for the same was denied. The monk is now leading this march with the aim of laying the foundation stone of the monastery on the allotted site. Though the land was allotted for the monastery, the then government of Jammu and Kashmir changed the use of land and halted the construction of that monastery at that point.
After the directions from Home Ministry, Ladakh administration has set up a Tibetan-based monk to proceed for peace march in Kargil. A Tibetan monk few days back decided to proceed with peace march to Kargil for construction of monastery in Kargil, which was opposed by the political and religious parties and sections of the Kargil. So far, to maintain the religious harmony in the Kargil region, the Home Ministry has asked the monk to proceed back today and avoid any kind of clash or confusion in the Ladakh. Ashrafani with Hussain Khalu in Kargil. for India Today.
All right, Bollywood actor Sushant Singh Rajput's demise has certainly left millions of his fans in tears. On Sushant Singh Rajput's second death anniversary, Riya Chakrabarti remembered Sushant in an Instagram post, sharing some memories with the late actor in the form of throwback pictures. Sushant Singh Rajput made his first debut with the 2013 film Kai Poche, and that was an instant hit among fans. In his career of 7 years, the actor had emerged as an epitome of talent and versatility. In fact, the actor's journey in the Indian cinema was short-lived, though, as he passed away on 14th of June 2020. I'm going to leave you with that.
Garden City bruised, battered and broken.
I'm out at the Bengaluru-Mysore road, and here you can see this road that is ridden with potholes.
Hellscape roads exposed by our reporters.
Road is always been filled with water.
I can show you some of the worst potholes in Bangalore.
Chutney politics rages on in Karnataka. Bengaluru-Mysore road faced the biggest hassle.
We went to this road and forced the government to take notice and effect change.
India Today hits the road, forces change.
Congress is raising all these issues.
Where has the Congress raised it?
See that the roads are fixed properly, deadlines have been given.
Just after India Today reported, JCP and also road roller had just used to level this road.
India Today came, saw, reported and fixed. Impact journalism for beautiful Bengaluru. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are what?
OLX photo.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India Today. It's been 2 years since late actor Sushant Singh Rajput left for heavenly abode, and his fans still cannot get over the shock of his sudden demise. He left behind a huge void. In the next half hour, we will get you a recap of his life, beginning with his journey from Bihar to Bollywood and how he carved a niche for himself in the film industry.
जन्म कब लेना है और मरना कब है हम डिसाइड नहीं कर सकते, पर कैसे जीना है
वो हम डिसाइड कर सकते हैं।
He was young. He was handsome. He was well-read. He was intelligent. His smile was charismatic. And his curiosity for everything around him was what made him different from the rest. Sushant Singh Rajput left us too soon, but he will be remembered for years to come. His journey from Bihar to Bollywood was not a struggle, as he would say, but was full of events that made him who he was. Right after completing his school from Kolachi Hansraj Model School, Rajput cleared 11 entrance exams, secured an All-Indian rank 7 in 2003 AIEEE, and eventually got admission in Delhi Technological University and pursued his bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering until one day he realized his passion for acting in his third year of college and decided to follow his dreams of becoming an actor. Sushant enrolled himself in Shamak Dawar's academy, and after grabbing the golden opportunity of being a part of Filmfare Awards in 2005, came a moment when he got to perform with Aishwarya Rai Bachchan as a background dancer at the Commonwealth Games closing ceremony in Melbourne in 2006. And from here on, there was no looking back for the star who was then in the making. He decided to drop out from college and move to the city of dreams, Mumbai. Rajput started his acting career with television in 2008 by playing the role of a supporting actor in the serial titled Kis Desh Mein Hai Mera Dil. But it was only in 2009 that he became a household name thanks to Ekta Kapoor's daily soap Pavitra Rishta. He shared screen space with his then-girlfriend Ankita Lokhande and was showered with heaps of praises and accolades for his performance as a middle-class boy named Manav Deshmukh in the series. Sushant had made a successful transition from television to films in the year 2013 with Abhishek Kapoor's Kai Po Che. The Manav of Indian television had surprised his fans by fitting in the role of Ishan Bhatt, one of the three friends in the film, with sheer perfection. His debut film, Kai Po Che, was not only a big break for him but was also a small step towards his stardom that he had achieved in his life. In the same year, he starred in Shuddh Desi Romance opposite Pariniti Chopra. His performance as Raghuram was loved by one and all, and the film was a hit at the box office too. Rajkumar Hirani's PK in 2014 was another big film he had in his kitty. Sushant played Anushka Sharma's love interest Sarfaraz.
दिन पूछे मेरा नाम और पता रस्मों को रख के परे.
In this film, and despite limited screen time, he made his presence felt and brought a huge smile on our faces. His next, Detective Byomkesh Bakshi, released in 2015, and he had once again proved his mettle as an actor.
अब क्या करोगे, बख्शी बाबू?
The year 2016 was a turning point in Sushant's career. He played a titular role in MS Dhoni's biopic, MS Dhoni: The Untold Story. And gave his fans an adrenaline rush by bringing alive the journey of the star cricketer on the silver screens. The film, which also marked Disha Patni's Bollywood debut, was a roaring success at the box office. Sushant then starred in Rabta along with Kriti Sanon in the subsequent year. And in 2018, it was followed by his endearing performance as Mansoor Khan in Kedarnath opposite debutant Sara Ali Khan.
क्या नाम है?
Mansoor.
इनका.
This film, like his previous others, turned out to be a success at the box office. Then came Son Churaiya in 2019, in which Sushant was seen displaying his acting prowess by playing the role of a ruthless dacoit, Lakhan Singh, standing up for justice.
सोच ले लखना, गैंग से भागने वाले के लिए पूरा पीहड़ छोटो पड़ जाते हैं।
अरे गैंग से तो भाग लूंगा वकील, अपने आप से कैसे भागूंगा?
He not only elevated the film, which also starred Manoj Bajpayee and Bhumi Pednekar, but also established himself as a versatile actor with the role.
Actually, मैं Formula 1 का टेस्ट ड्राइवर।
Drive in 2019 was his next and first OTT film along with Jacqueline Fernandez. This film of his was earlier set for a theatrical release, but Karan Johar, who bankrolled it, was reportedly unhappy with the way it turned out to be, even after being sent to director Tarun Mansukhani for reshooting twice. Sushant's next film, Chichore, which was rolled out in theatres in the same year, left the audiences with hearty laughs and bittersweet tears.
उनको पता ही नहीं कि क्या करना है। उसकी तैयारी तो कभी की नहीं।
This Nitish Tiwari directorial, in which he played the lead role along with Shraddha Kapoor, even won a national award. Rajput was last seen in Dil Bechara, which was the Hindi remake of Hollywood film The Fault in Our Stars. This movie released on the OTT platform in 2020, soon after his demise, and received the biggest opening of all time with 95 million views in the first 24 hours. And it was and still is close to his fans' hearts. Not many know that Dil Bechara was special to Sushant Singh Rajput for multiple reasons, and one of them was its director Mukesh Chhabra, as he was also the man behind casting him for his first film Kai Po Che. Be it a small or big screen, the void Sushant left behind will never be filled. He was the only Bollywood actor who was a National Physics Olympiad winner and managed to clear more than 7 engineering entrance exams. So yes, his achievements will forever be remembered as larger than life. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. From Kai Po Che to MS Dhoni, the untold story. Chichore to Dil Bechara. Sushant Singh Rajput has not only given innumerable performances, but has also delivered memorable dialogues, the ones which will live on forever.
एक जन्म निकल गया इन बिहाड़ में था। मरने से का डर।
Sushant Singh Rajput was an actor who was soaring high on the back of critically acclaimed films like Son Churaiya and commercial blockbusters like Chichore.
और ऐसे वैसे दोस्त नहीं।
The actor's untimely demise left a certain void, but some of his dialogues and scenes will be forever etched in the hearts and minds of his cine fans. Sushant Singh Rajput made his Bollywood debut with Kai Po Che.
तेरे सिक्कों की छन-छन से मेरे हवा की कीमत कम हो रही है बका।
And in this scene, the crackling chemistry between the three friends is perhaps one of the highlights of the film.
Yes, sir, yes!
Sushant shared screen space with Anushka Sharma in Rajkumar Hirani's PK. And this sweet opening exchange between the actors definitely set the mood of the film.
जिस महफिल ने ठुकराया हमको, क्यों उस महफिल को याद करें? आगे लम्हे बुला रहे हैं, आओ उनके साथ चलें। थोड़ा बहुत हम भी लिख लेते हैं।
अच्छा है, आगे सुनो।
नहीं, आगे नहीं सुनाऊंगा। आगे सुनाऊंगा तो आप हमें प्रपोज कर बैठेगी।
पागल हो।
अरे सच्ची, आपके पसंदीदा शायर हरिवंश राय बच्चन जी सुबह एक मोहतरमा से मिले, अपनी नज़में सुनाई और शाम को उनका निकाह हो गया। पढ़ा मैंने।
Really?
और क्या, तो देखिए ना, पैदा भी किसको किया? अमिताभ बच्चन।
Sushant Singh Rajput cemented his place in the Hindi film industry after the success of his sports biopic MS Dhoni: The Untold Story. Sushant's character in the film was at crossroads in this scene when he finally opens up about his struggle.
सर, हम सोच रहे थे कि हम कर क्या रहे। हम एक क्रिकेटर हैं लेकिन टीसी का काम कर रहे हैं खड़गपुर स्टेशन पे। ये बात नहीं है कि हमको ये काम छोटा लगता है सर, लेकिन हमको ये समझ में नहीं आ रहा कि हम यहाँ से आगे कैसे खेलेंगे। रोज हमारी लाइफ में क्या चल रहा है सर, हम ही जानते हैं। 8013 अप और 8029 डाउन के बीच में हमारा जॉगिंग हो जाता है। फिर गेट नंबर 3 के सामने खड़े होकर फाइन इकट्ठा करते हैं। ना तो हमारा गेम इंप्रूव हो रहा है सर, ना हमको कोई आगे अपॉर्चुनिटी मिल रहा है, बस रणजी खेले जा रहे हैं। कब तक और कैसे चलेगा सर? कभी कभी तो मन करता है कि सब कुछ छोड़ छाड़ के वापस चले जाएं, लेकिन फिर पापा का चेहरा सामने आ जाता है।
2018's Kedarnath, helmed by Abhishek Kapoor, was a fictional story inspired by true events, and the film struck a chord with his fans. This confrontational scene where Sushant's character Mansoor takes on the head priest and his nephew as they plan to alter the ecological balance and build a hotel for visitors was a winner.
अमरनाथ की गुफा पहली बार ऊटा मलिक को दिखी थी। आज भी उनके घर में चढ़ावा जाता है हर साल। पुश्तें हमारी सेवा करती रही हैं। श्रद्धा में हम उनके शामिल हुए, कंधों पे बिठा के तीर्थ कराया है, ओम नमः शिवाय के हुल्लारे लगाए, यात्रियों के अंतिम समय में कानों में जाके शिव का नाम फूका है। हमें कैसे बाहर निकालेंगे? तीर्थ हमारी रगों में है कुल्लू जी, और ये बात हमारी आपकी नहीं है, ये पूरे केदारनाथ की बात है।
The coming of age 2019 comedy drama Chichore, directed by Nitesh Tiwari, set the cash registers ringing, making it Sushant's most successful film at the box office. The film, which had an ensemble cast of Shraddha Kapoor, Varun Sharma, Tahir Raj Bhasin and Pratik Babbar among others, gave out an important message: to brave all the challenges in life regardless of the result.
साले लूजर्स, अबे लूजर होगा तेरा बाप। पर सच्चे दोस्त वही होते हैं जो अच्छे वक्त में आपकी बजाते हैं, और जब मुश्किल वक्त आता है, हर सन इज नॉट डेड, तो वही छिछोरे आपके दरवाजे पर खड़े नजर आते हैं।
Sushant Singh Rajput's swan song Dil Bechara, which released almost a month after he passed away, left his fans teary-eyed. Ironically, it's a love story of Kizzy and Manny, who are battling cancer, finding love and happiness, rendered tragic not so much by the script as by the circumstances.
एक का राजा, एक थी रानी, दोनों मर गए, खत्म कहानी। पर ये कहानी अधूरी है, इसे पूरा वो राजा और रानी करते हैं।
This film, which marks the debut of Sanjana Sanghi and casting director turned filmmaker Mukesh Chhabra, is perhaps the perfect tribute to the legacy of Sushant Singh Rajput.
जन्म कब लेना है और मरना कब है, हम डिसाइड नहीं कर सकते, पर कैसे जीना है, वो हम डिसाइड कर सकते हैं।
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
It's time for a short break now, but stay tuned to India Today as we get you details on how Sushant Singh Rajput's demise rocked the industry with nepotism debate.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Now, Sushant Singh Rajput's untimely demise triggered the nepotism debate once again. The tug-of-war between the outsiders and insiders in the film industry continued for several months, and it all started after Kangana Ranaut shared her opinion in a video posted on social media.
Nepotism rocks!
सुशांत सिंह राजपूत की मौत ने हम सबको झंझोड़ के रख दिया है, मगर कुछ लोग जो इस चीज़ में माहिर हैं कि कैसे एक पैरेलल नैरेटिव चलाना है, वो इस तरह से चला रहे हैं कि हाँ, जिनका दिमाग कमज़ोर होता है वो ये डिप्रेशन में आते हैं और सुसाइड वगैरह कमिट करते हैं.
In an industry ruled by cliques and camps, nepotism is the unsaid reality. The favoritism debate first made headlines when Kangana called Karan Johar the flag bearer of nepotism on his own show, Coffee with Karan.
Flag bearer of nepotism.
And the accusations returned with full force a day after Sushant Singh Rajput's tragic death, when the National Award winner released a video message where she slammed the film industry of playing the favoritism card once again. According to Kangana, the industry treated Sushant unfairly and he didn't get his due, despite his intelligence, a series of strong performances and box office successes.
अगर आप देखें उनके कुछ लास्ट पोस्ट, वो क्लियरली कह रहे हैं कि लोगों को बैक कर रहे हैं कि प्लीज मेरी फिल्में देखो, मेरा कोई गॉडफादर नहीं है, मुझे निकाल दिया जाएगा इस इंडस्ट्री से. अपने इंटरव्यू में वो जाहिर कर रहे हैं कि मुझे क्यों नहीं ये इंडस्ट्री अपनाती है, आई फील लाइक अ लेफ्ट ओवर. तो क्या इसमें इस हादसे की कोई बुनियाद नहीं है? किस तरह से अगर किसी और स्टार किड ने इस तरह से 6-7 के साल के स्पैन में काय पोचे जैसे उनको कोई डेब्यू की कोई एक्नॉलेजमेंट, कोई अवार्ड नहीं मिला, या केदारनाथ या धोनी या छिछोरे जैसी फिल्म, एक गली बॉय जैसी एक वाहियात फिल्म को सारे अवार्ड मिलते. छिछोरे इज द बेस्ट फिल्म एंड द बेस्ट डायरेक्टर, उनकी फिल्म को कोई एक्नॉलेजमेंट नहीं.
The actor's allegations opened a can of worms in Bollywood once again, where a host of A-listers and filmmakers had their own piece to say. From Shekhar Kapoor to Anubhav Sinha and even Kangana herself, it was probably one of the first time that celebrities openly shared their views on the so-called elite club of Bollywood or the Bollywood mafia, as Kangana had famously stated on Coffee with Karan way back in 2017, accusing the filmmaker of giving opportunities to star kids only.
But in my biopic, if ever it's made, you'll play that stereotypical Bollywood biggie who is very snooty and completely intolerant to outsiders and,
Intolerant is the word.
Flag bearer of nepotism, the movie mafia.
I think you launched me because of my talent, right? You gave me a break.
I think it was because of your papa.
But Saifu, you're also here because of your mama.
Post this episode, Karan Johar couldn't get over Kangana exposing him and other industry bigwigs over the unfair treatment of actors who did not hail from a filmy family.
Nepotism rocks! Nepotism rocks!
Actually, Karan, वो गाना कौन सा था? Karan के फिल्म में गाना था ना? बोल चूड़िया, बोल कंगना.
The filmmaker, along with Saif Ali Khan and Varun Dhawan, poked fun at Kangana at the IFA Awards in New York City in 2017. But the joke was on Bollywood's elite trio as they shot themselves in the foot by stating the obvious. Remember Saif Ali Khan from the 90s.
चलो गोपाल चले. ये क्या?
अरे ये तो लंगड़ा है.
हाँ लंगड़ा हूँ मैं. अरे गोली मार दो मुझे, पहाड़ी से फेंक दो मुझे. आप जैसे खूबसूरत और पूरे इंसानों के बीच मुझ जैसे अधूरे इंसान को जीने का कोई हक नहीं.
the mudslinging didn't end here. Karan Johar blew it up further at the LSE India Forum in the same year, where he not only used the platform to criticize Kangana for constantly playing the victim card, but also said that she's blaming Bollywood for terrorizing her.
She meant movie mafia. What does she mean? Because what does she think we're doing? Sitting and not giving her work? Is that what makes us mafia? No, we do that because by choice. You know, not because we do that because I do that because maybe I'm not interested in working with her. That doesn't make me movie mafia. It makes me a man with an opinion. I'm done with Kangana playing the woman card and the victim card. I'm done. I mean, you cannot be this victim at every given point of time who has a sad story to tell about how you've been terrorized by the bad world of the industry. Leave it. Who's forcing you on a gunpoint to be here in the movies? Leave. Do something else.
This tug of war between the outsiders and the insiders continued for a long time thereafter, with several actors speaking about their struggles in Bollywood.
An outsider will always remain an outsider. The journey is always going to be difficult. I remember when I came to Mumbai after finishing my BE in electronics, I was a qualified engineer. I just thought that approach is going to be different, but it was not so different. I never got an entry to any office. No one was ready to pick up your calls. No one was ready to see your pictures. So I knew that I realized in those 6-8 months that this journey is going to be tough. If you have the nerves of steel, then only come to this industry. Don't expect wonders to happen.
As an outsider, there are so many things that you keep in mind. Like in our first film also, there was this feeling of like they might feel that we can't do it, and they might say कि ये फिल्म नहीं, आप कोई और कर लेना, ऐसा कुछ, मतलब फिल्म छीन जाएगी. तो ये सारे stress तो होता ही है. But I think with a film like Dangal, a lot of things change. A lot of my friends have done so many movies and they're still struggling to get that kind of a limelight or recognition in the industry. Talent दिखता है और talent बोलता है. If you're not talented, if you can't, you won't be able to sustain in the industry, is what I feel.
It is the most beautiful fraud in the world. This industry requires you to also be a people's person. I was still getting the work, that, I needed, not the work exactly that I wanted maybe, but like the work that I needed to get by. For me, it's not so much nepotism. For me, it's more about like maybe favoritism.
While some star kids have been candid about their privileges,
is there a privilege for people who are born in the film industry? Absolutely. There absolutely is privilege. Would it be easier for somebody in my place or another child who has been born, knows everybody from the time that they are born, everybody knows them from the time that they are born, they socialize at times, they go to each other's events. Would it be easier for them to have access to someone, to pick up the phone and call someone, to meet someone, to pitch a script to someone, to offer their services as an actor or an actress to someone? 100%. There's no denying that.
Of how a film should be made, what the budget should be, what kind of star cast it should have. At the end of the day, we work for the audience and they decide who gets to work, who doesn't, and whether they want to patronize that film or not. And depending on how that film does, that decides whether that actor, director, producer are worthy of being given another chance. So the audience is the be-all and end-all as far as I'm concerned.
There have also been those star kids who have seen the flip side and not made it big despite their illustrious Bollywood connections.
If you're from a film fraternity and if you are, born in a film family, then no matter what you do, the glass is always going to be considered half empty. For a film star's son or daughter, you've got to keep proving yourself again and again and again. Then it takes a few years for them. People then start thinking, okay, now we accept that you've come here and you've achieved whatever you have because of your hard work. But why does it take so long? I think that's something I think people have to answer that. I don't know why everyone is a bit harder. I think they're a bit more judgmental about people who come from films.
And even Sushant Singh Rajput, for that matter, opened up during a press conference in 2017 when he was asked about his opinion on the existence of nepotism.
Nepotism can peacefully coexist with the fact that if you allow new talents from outside to flourish and encourage them, then there's no problem with nepotism. But if you don't allow that, then there is a problem, and I think that the whole structure of the industry would collapse.
After this controversial year, Kangana, known for brazen honesty, once again came out in the public domain in 2019 to speak about a feud with Bollywood biggies at the India Today conclave.
Film industry is absolutely classist, and so is the rest of the society. So the system where it works for certain people the way it is, they were definitely going to resist when you're going to challenge it. At that point of time, you feel really intensely about it, but later on, you definitely do not have really strong emotions. How Karan mocked me on IFA stage and called me, sort of on nepotism, and he said, I'm jobless and I'm looking for a job from him or something like that. I mean, look at my talent and look at your movies. I mean, really? He really called me jobless in London on some platform. So no matter what the time is or what the era is, I will always think that some people really needed a bit of a dose of Chyawanprash or something at some point.
And later on in 2020, Sushant Singh Rajput's untimely demise only triggered this never-ending debate on nepotism. Controversy's favourite child, Kangana, not only blamed the industry for continuously failing Sushant and his dreams of making it big in Bollywood, but she also continued to make headlines after the late actor's friend Samuel Hokip took everyone by surprise with his social media post where he pondered over an alleged relationship with Sushant Singh Rajput and Sara Ali Khan, who worked together in Kedarnath. Kangana was quick to jump in and in fact even questioned why were star kids so prone to dump vulnerable outsiders when it conveniently suited them. That's not all. She further went on to hit out at Sushant's last girlfriend Riya Chakrabarti, calling her a vulture. The actor took to social media and wrote, "News of SSR and Sara affair was all over the media. Apparently, they were even sharing a room during their outdoor. Why these fancy nepotism kids show dreams to vulnerable outsiders and then publicly dump them? No wonder he fell for a vulture post that." The nepotism debate escalated to an extent that even the film Sadak 2, starring Alia Bhatt, who is the daughter of filmmaker Mahesh Bhatt, faced a lot of backlash. With the hashtag boycott calls, the movie predictably sank without a trace at the box office. So yes, clearly the year 2020 wasn't too kind for some, especially after Sushant Singh Rajput's tragic demise, which blew open the nepotism debate to controversial new heights. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Sushant Singh Rajput left us too soon, but his work will live on forever. That's all we could pack in the show dedicated to him. Keep watching India Today for more news and updates.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls.
watching India Today.
After India Today reported the horrific ordeal of a 19-year-old Muslim teen who was slapped, thrashed and assaulted by mob for backing Nupur Sharma, cops booked 125 people. After wrestling inside Chief Minister Vijayan's fight, ugly Congress versus CPM war over Kerala gold scam leads to street battles across the state. Shockwaves in Tamil Nadu over custodial deaths. 2 custodial deaths in 48 hours. 44-year-old allegedly dies in police custody. Family cries foul. Chief Minister Stalin under fire. Day 2 of Rahul Gandhi's ED grilling underway in the Herald laundering case. ED sources say Congress MP was evasive, looked tutored. Sister Priyanka and top Neta stand with Rahul Gandhi. Congress says its leaders are being detained without any provocation and being manhandled. BJP says Congress applies different yardstick for scamster Gandhis. Top cops deny Congress's charge. Government, along with 3 service chiefs, unveiled radical military recruitment scheme. 17.5 to 21-year-olds will be eligible to serve 4 years. Veterans warn against the scheme. Big breaking story coming in. Salman threat letter news break now is getting bigger and murkier now. There's a statement from Maharashtra Home Ministry. Maharashtra Home Minister says a gang wanted to extort money. He also says that big businessmen, actors were on target. The Maharashtra government says there's now a hunt to nab all the culprits. That is the big story that is coming in. Remember, on the back of the threat letter that was received by Salman Khan, the Home Ministry has now issued a statement, and the Home Ministry has come out with these startling revelations that we're breaking first here on India Today about how there was a gang that wanted to extort money and top businessmen and actors are now on target.
जब ये मुसेवाला का जो वहाँ पे हत्या हुई, जब इस परिस्थिति का फायदा लेके अपना एक रुआब बनाने के लिए ये गैंग ने, जो बिश्नोई गैंग है, ये गैंग ने इसका एक फ़ायदा लेने की कोशिश की है. कुछ लोगों को अरेस्ट किया गया है, लेकिन अभी तक इसके बारे में सारी इंफॉर्मेशन या सारी बातें सामने नहीं आई है. पुलिस इसकी जांच कर रही है और कुछ दिन लगेंगे और कुछ दिन के बाद इसके बारे में सारी स्पष्टता होगी.
All right, Dev Kotak is now joining us live. Dev, many questions come up now. Now, the gang that wanted to extort money, according to the Maharashtra Home Ministry, was it Lawrence Bishnoi's gang or was there any other gang involved that is now targeting top actors and businessmen in Mumbai?
So as per reports, we're getting in to also know that a person named Santosh Jadhav has been arrested. He is in the police custody at the moment. The police are going to probe and several more investigation details will come out later. And as the case gets murkier, of course, as we know that the threat letter has also been found and the police have managed to retrieve it. They are in possession of that very chit that was found on the bench at the, at the Bandra Bandstand Promenade where Salman Khan's father generally goes for a walk. The 86-year-old veteran had handed over the chit to his bodyguards, who reached out to the Bandra police station, and that's how crime branch got involved. But for the moment, the state home minister Dilip Walse Patil has said that, like I mentioned, that Santosh Jadhav is in police custody. So more details are coming out. But for the timing, Santosh Jadhav has also revealed to the cops that they were doing this only to stay relevant and ensure more publicity for the gang. And the only reason why they did it and targeted such a high-profile lyricist, the 86-year-old Salim Khan, and also his son Salman Khan, a bigwig in Bollywood, is only to raise doubts, fears and concerns in the mind of people whether the big people, the influential businessmen and the industrialists are safe in the city of Mumbai, in the commercial capital of India. So that is the main idea, and as for now this has only emerged that their idea was only to extort money from them by instilling fear, and they thought that Salman Khan would be the best template to start from. And if they manage to target,
hold on right there, we are getting some more breaking news that is coming in. We'll have to cut straight across to it. India Today has confronted Musevala murder mastermind Gangster Bishnoi, confronted and ducks questions on Salman Khan letter, and Musevala dramatic on-cam confrontation is with India Today. India Today is confronted Musevala murder mastermind Gangster Bishnoi confronted. He has ducked the question on Salman Khan's letter and Musevala. In fact, listen in to that India Today exclusive that we're bringing to you.
Let's go. Bishnoi, कुछ बोलना है? सिद्धू को मारा? Bishnoi, आज तक पे? Bishnoi, Bishnoi. बिश्नोई, सलमान खान को आपने धमकी दिलवाई हैं? सिद्धू मूसेवाला मरवाया? बिश्नोई, बिश्नोई कुछ बोलना है? सिद्धू को मारा? बिश्नोई, आज तक पे? बिश्नोई, 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 सलमान खान को आपने धमकी दिलवाई हैं? सिद्धू मूसेवाला मरवाया? बिश्नोई, बिश्नोई कुछ बोलना है? सिद्धू को मारा? बिश्नोई, आज तक पे? बिश्नोई, 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 सलमान खान को आपने धमकी दिलवाई हैं? सिद्धू मूसेवाला मरवाया? बिश्नोई, बिश्नोई कुछ बोलना है? सिद्धू को मारा? बिश्नोई, आज तक पे? बिश्नोई,
a dramatic confrontation, the only channel with this dramatic confrontation of gangster Lawrence Bishnoi on camera, and you saw it first here on India Today. India Today has confronted the Sidhu Moosevala murder mastermind. Gangster Lawrence Bishnoi confronted. Arvind Ojha now joining us for the very latest. Arvind, आपने ये जो dramatic confrontation किया है, आपने सवाल पूछे हैं, pointed सवाल पूछे हैं लॉरेंस बिश्नोई से, कोई और चैनल के पास ये खबर नहीं है. बताइए हमें what happened?
देखिए, आपको बताऊं कि ये जो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई है, इसको दिल्ली पुलिस स्पेशल सेल की टीम कोर्ट में प्रोड्यूस करने से पहले एक जो लीगल प्रोसीजर है उसके तहत सफदरजंग अस्पताल लेकर गई थी, जहां पर इंडिया टुडे की टीम पहले से मौजूद थी. चूंकि लगातार सिद्धू मूसेवाला के मर्डर में लॉरेंस बिश्नोई का हाथ आ रहा है, लेकिन दिल्ली पुलिस और पंजाब पुलिस भी कंफ्यूज्ड है शूटर्स को लेकर कि असली शूटर्स हैं कौन. इसी वजह से इंडिया टुडे ने बिश्नोई से एक के बाद एक कम से कम 3 बार सवाल जवाब किए, जिसमें बिश्नोई लगातार खामोश रहा. जैसा कि वो दिल्ली पुलिस के इंटरोगेशन में भी जो सोर्सेज है वो बता रहे हैं, ज्यादातर वो खामोश ही रह रहा है. लेकिन इसमें इंडिया टुडे के सवाल पर खामोश रहा, लेकिन आंख जरूर लॉरेंस बिश्नोई दिखा रहा है. और अब से कुछ देर पहले ही पटियाला कोर्ट में लॉरेंस बिश्नोई को पेश भी किया गया है. दिल्ली पुलिस भी उसकी अब कस्टडी मांग रही है, लेकिन पहली बार पंजाब पुलिस भी अब पटियाला कोर्ट पहुंची है और लॉरेंस बिश्नोई की कस्टडी मांग रही है। इंडिया टुडे ने लॉरेंस बिश्नोई, गैंगस्टर लॉरेंस बिश्नोई को कन्फ्रंट किया है और अब लगातार आपको बताऊं कि बिश्नोई अब बहुत बड़ा गैंगस्टर बन चुका है दिल्ली पुलिस के मुताबिक, क्योंकि इंटरनेशनल लेवल तक इसके तार जुड़ चुके हैं। खुद इसने दो जो बड़े गैंगस्टर है, एक गोल्डी बरार और एक विक्रम बराड़। विक्रम बराड़ वो है जिसने सलमान खान को धमकी भरी चिट्ठी अपने दो एसोसिएट के जरिए भिजवाई थी। तो दो इसके जो एसोसिएट हैं, जो अभी तक जानकारी मिली है कि लॉरेंस बिश्नोई ने ही उनको भिजवाया था, उन दोनों को बाहर भेजकर खुद जेल में रहकर लॉरेंस बिश्नोई 700 शूटर्स के साथ ये सिंडिकेट चला रहा है। और फिलहाल लॉरेंस बिश्नोई ही सिद्धू मूसेवाला की मर्डर का मास्टरमाइंड है और इंडिया टुडे ने पहली बार बेहद करीब से लॉरेंस बिश्नोई को कन्फ्रंट किया है। आप तस्वीरें देख पा रहे हो और इसका रिएक्शन देखिए, वो कुछ भी बोल नहीं रहा है। और दिल्ली पुलिस सोर्सेस के मुताबिक और अदालत में भी दिल्ली पुलिस ने कहा है कि वो लगातार खामोश रहता है इंटरोगेशन के दौरान। तो ये स्थिति है फिलहाल लॉरेंस बिश्नोई की। एक बहुत चर्चित पंजाब में जो सिद्धू मूसेवाला का मर्डर हुआ, उस मामले में अभी भी पंजाब पुलिस, दिल्ली पुलिस, यहाँ तक कि महाराष्ट्र पुलिस भी कूद चुकी है। लगातार अरेस्टिंग हो रही है, लेकिन अभी तक जो एक्चुअल किलर है, जो शूटर्स है, उनमें से सिर्फ एक संतोष यादव को ही पुणे पुलिस अरेस्ट कर पाई है। लेकिन अभी तक जो और बाकी शूटर्स हैं वो अरेस्ट नहीं हो पाए हैं। और इन सब के बीच जो इंटरोगेशन हुआ है उसमें ये पता चल रहा है कि ये बहुत बड़ा गैंग है जिसके जो एसोसिएट है वो इंडिया के बाहर भी बैठे हुए हैं और वहां से ऑपरेट कर रहे हैं लगातार। चैती
बिल्कुल अरविंद, आप हमारे साथ बने रहिए और हमारे दर्शकों को वो कॉन्फ्रंटेशन एक बार दोबारा से हम दिखाना चाहते हैं। लेट्स प्ले दोस विजुअल्स आउट फॉर यू।
बिश्नोई कुछ बोलना है? सिद्धू को मारा बिश्नोई आज तक पे। बिश्नोई 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 सलमान खान को आपने धमकी दिलवाई है? सिद्धू मूसेवाला मरवाया बिश्नोई? बिश्नोई कुछ बोलना है? सिद्धू को मारा बिश्नोई आज तक पे। बिश्नोई 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 सलमान खान को आपने धमकी दिलवाई है? सिद्धू मूसेवाला मरवाया बिश्नोई? बिश्नोई कुछ बोलना है? सिद्धू को मारा बिश्नोई आज तक पे। बिश्नोई 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 सलमान खान को आपने धमकी दिलवाई है? सिद्धू मूसेवाला मरवाया बिश्नोई?
So clearly you can say gangster Lawrence Bishnoi for the first time has been confronted in this fashion, and only India Today has done this. This is a big India Today exclusive. Straight up confrontation, ask questions on Sidhu Moosewala and Salman Khan as well. Arvind Oja with that exclusive story still continues to be with us. Arvind, अभी दर्शकों को ये बताइए कि जो पूरी तहकीकात है, whether it is सलमान खान को जो थ्रेट लेटर गया है या सिद्धू मूसेवाला का मर्डर का कंसर्न है, वो तहकीकात कहाँ पर, where does the probe stand?
देखिए चैती, ये पहले ये जो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई का जो नाम आया वो सिद्धू मूसेवाला का मर्डर होता है उसमें नाम आता है। उसके बाद दूसरा जो नाम आता है वो कनाडा में बैठे गोल्डी बरार का आता है। उसके बाद जांच महाराष्ट्र तक पहुंचती है जब सलमान खान को थ्रेट लेटर मिलता है और वहां जब जांच होती है तो एक नया नाम सामने आता है, विक्रमजीत सिंह बराड़, जो राजस्थान का गैंगस्टर है और वो भी कनाडा में बैठा हुआ है। तो इससे आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कि लॉरेंस बिश्नोई का गैंग, एक लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंगस्टर जो कई सालों से जेल में है, लेकिन कैसे वो अपना नेटवर्क पंजाब, दिल्ली, हरियाणा और तो और देश के बाहर कनाडा में बनाया हुआ है। कनाडा, ऑस्ट्रेलिया में जो उसके एसोसिएट हैं वो वहां पर बैठे हुए हैं। लॉरेंस जेल से इशारा करता है और देश के बाहर बैठे जो उसके एसोसिएट हैं वो बाहर से ऑपरेट करते हैं। लॉरेंस का हाथ है, वो मास्टरमाइंड है सिद्धू मूसेवाला में, लेकिन जो शूटर्स है वो अरेंज करने वाले हैं गोल्डी बरार, जो गैंगस्टर है पंजाब का, कनाडा में बैठा हुआ है। दूसरा जो एसोसिएट है विक्रमजीत सिंह बराड़, जो राजस्थान का गैंगस्टर है, फिलहाल कनाडा में बैठा हुआ है। उन दोनों ने न सिर्फ सिद्धू मूसेवाला के शूटर अरेंज किए, बल्कि ये भी खुलासा हुआ है कि सलमान खान को जो थ्रेट लेटर मिला था वो भी कनाडा से इंस्ट्रक्शन मिला था, जिसके बाद 3 जो एसोसिएट थे वो जाकर सलमान खान के घर के बाहर रखते हैं। तो महाराष्ट्र पुलिस, दिल्ली पुलिस और पंजाब पुलिस, 3 स्टेट की पुलिस अब ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रही है। लॉरेंस बिश्नोई का जो गैंग है उसको कहीं ना कहीं क्रैकडाउन करने की कोशिश कर रही है। और अब से कुछ देर पहले जो हमें जानकारी मिली है, पंजाब पुलिस ने हैदराबाद से 2 एसोसिएट भी अभी अरेस्ट किए हैं और उनके पास से भारी संख्या में आर्म्स एंड एमुनेशन रिकवर हुआ। लेकिन आपको बताऊं चाहती, हमने जब कन्फ्रंट किया बिश्नोई को तो हमने सलमान खान को लेकर भी सवाल पूछे, और न सिर्फ सिद्धू मूसेवाला बल्कि सलमान खान को भी लेकर। लेकिन आप उसका अगर रिएक्शन देखेंगे, उसके आई कांटेक्ट देखेंगे तो आपको पता चलेगा कि वो किस लेवल का गैंगस्टर है, कि पुलिस कस्टडी में भी वो बिल्कुल भी डरता नहीं है, पूरा फुल्ली कॉन्फिडेंस है, क्योंकि उसे मालूम है कि वो जेल में बंद है और अगर इस मर्डर में इन्वेस्टिगेशन होती है तो उसके पास काफी कुछ ऐसा होगा बोलने को अपने बचाव में। और शायद इस वजह से इंडिया टुडे ने जब कई बार उसको कन्फ्रंट किया, कम से कम 3 बार, लेकिन वो हमेशा खामोश रहा।
Bilkul, Arvind Ojha with this top story that is defining our news agenda. It is an India Today exclusive by Arvind Ojha. Arvind, आप हमारे साथ बने रहिए. We've got some breaking news coming in at the moment.
सिद्धू मूसेवाला मरवाया।
Breaking news coming in. Gangster Lawrence Bishnoi has been brought to Patiala House Court. Punjab police is likely to seek Bishnoi's custody now. Lawrence Bishnoi named the mastermind of Sidhu Moosevala murder. That's the big breaking news coming in at this point of time. Arvind Ojha still continues to be with us. Arvind, पंजाब पुलिस अभी लॉरेंस बिश्नोई की कस्टडी मांगने वाले वो पहुंच गए पटियाला हाउस कोर्ट। वो हमारा ब्रेकिंग न्यूज आ रहा है, और क्या बता सकते हैं इस बारे में?
जी देखिए, सुबह आपको बताऊं कि जो एक्सक्लूसिव इंडिया टुडे को जानकारी मिली है कि पंजाब पुलिस के 10 से 12 जो ऑफिसर्स थे वो सबसे पहले स्पेशल सेल के ऑफिस पहुंचे, जहां उन लोगों ने इंट्रोगेट करने की कोशिश की लॉरेंस बिश्नोई को, लेकिन दिल्ली पुलिस ने इजाजत नहीं दी। जिसके बाद पंजाब पुलिस, आपको बताऊं, फर्स्ट टाइम सिद्धू मूसेवाले का जब से मर्डर हुआ है उसी दिन से लॉरेंस बिश्नोई का नाम आ रहा है। इंडिया टुडे ने भी खुलासा कर दिया, फर्स्ट टाइम पंजाब पुलिस दिल्ली पहुंची है, कोर्ट में पहुंची है और रिमांड की मांग कर रही है लॉरेंस बिश्नोई की, ताकि उससे पूछताछ की जा सके। जो सिद्धू मूसेवाला का मर्डर हुआ था उसमें जो फर्स्ट इंफॉर्मेशन रिपोर्ट FIR भी रजिस्टर्ड हुई है वो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई के खिलाफ ही हुई है। सिद्धू मूसेवाला के जो फादर है उन्होंने FIR दर्ज कराई थी लॉरेंस बिश्नोई की। तो ऐसे में पंजाब पुलिस इंट्रोगेट करना चाहती है, लेकिन इधर दिल्ली पुलिस ने भी फिर से कस्टडी की मांग की है। उनका कहना है कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला, लॉरेंस बिश्नोई वो बहुत कुछ कस्टडी में बोला नहीं है, इस वजह से हमें और पूछताछ के लिए कस्टडी चाहिए। तो एक तरफ दिल्ली पुलिस भी कस्टडी चाहती है लॉरेंस बिश्नोई की, जबकि दूसरी तरफ फर्स्ट टाइम सिद्धू मूसेवाला का जब मर्डर हुआ उसके बाद से फर्स्ट टाइम पंजाब पुलिस भी लॉरेंस बिश्नोई की कस्टडी मांग रही है।
बिल्कुल, whether the court gives the custody to Punjab police or not, we'll continue tracking those developments. Arvind Ojha, thank you so much for that big breaking story. There's more breaking news coming in. A big blowback of Nupur Sharma's prophet remark, and there's a massive protest in Kolkata now against Nupur's sloganeering is going on. Protest against Nupur Sharma in full swing. Let's get you those visuals. The Prophet War. Just look at the magnitude of the Prophet War that has escalated. One inflammatory remark, and this is the result of it. Big questions arising on how panelists on TV channels also need to be responsible while talking against other faiths, other communities, and just look at the blowback that the entire nation is facing. Right now what we are bringing you are visuals from Kolkata. It is a blowback of Nupur Sharma's remark on Prophet Muhammad, that controversial remark on a TV show. Now there is a massive protest in Kolkata against Nupur Sharma. There is sloganeering that is going on. You can already see scores and scores of people gathered over there in Kolkata. Those visuals on your screens right now. And these are protests against Nupur Sharma.
Right now we are at Dharmatala of Kolkata, and I'd like to show you the situation over here. Multiple Muslim organizations have hit the streets of Kolkata protesting against Nupur Sharma. They claim that Nupur Sharma should be arrested and arrested immediately because she has heard the sentiments of the Muslim community at large. Over here, this congregation is a huge congregation that we can see over here in Kolkata's Dharmatala area, where a lot of people from various districts of West Bengal have come over here to protest against Nupur Sharma's comment. All of these people claim that Nupur should be arrested and Nupur should be taken to task. Now, so far, this protest has been a very peaceful protest that is happening since afternoon in Kolkata. With camera person Kiranjit, this is Agneepath for India Today, Kolkata.
In a big India Today impact, mob that assaulted 19-year-old engineering student Saad Ansari in Bhiwandi has been booked. Muslim community assaulted Saad for supporting now suspended BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma's prophet remarks. Police have booked around 125 people. Of the booked ones, 18 were identified under rioting and threatening charges, and thousands of Muslims took to the streets last week. The mob slapped, abused Saad Ansari, made her read Kalma, the Muslim prayer for penance. Saad was arrested by Maharashtra police for hurting the religious sentiment. He is currently now in police custody. A 19-year-old boy was slapped, thrashed, assaulted by a mob inside his own home in Maharashtra's Bhiwandi for allegedly supporting Nupur Sharma's remarks on the Prophet. Take a look at the timeline of what unfolded.
A massive India Today impact. Muslim mob that assaulted 19-year-old engineering student Saad Ansari in Bhiwandi has been booked. India Today was the only channel to report assault on the engineering student by the mob led by a Congress leader which barged inside his house. Saad was slapped for supporting Nupur Sharma. Forced to apologize and read Islamic prayers for appealing for peace. 19-year-old engineering student from Bhiwandi in Maharashtra, Saad Ansari, had to face this angry mob, which barged into his home over a social media post, condemning death threats issued against suspended spokesperson of the BJP. Police have booked around 125 attackers who barged inside Saad's home to assault and abuse him. At least 18 of the assaulters have been identified for rioting and threatening the teenager. Thousands of Muslims took to the streets last week, shouting slogans, pelting stones, burning public property, causing serious injuries to cops. Mobs did not stop there. Led by a local corporator of the ruling Congress party, they forcibly entered the house of Ansari, slapped him, used objectionable words and forced him to read the Kalma for not denouncing Nupur.
तमाम निजामपुर के जो भी बच्चे थे वो यहाँ पे पुलिस स्टेशन में आए, सबके साइन किया हुआ एक मेमोरेंडम यहाँ पे दिया है और इनसे रिक्वेस्ट की है कि उस पे एफआईआर करें। इंशाल्लाह एफआईआर हो के उस पे जो भी कानूनी कार्रवाई वो होएगी। और मैं एक ही मैसेज देना चाहता हूँ कि बस अब इसके बाद में अगर किसी ने इस तरीके की बदतमीजी किया, कानून अपना काम करे, हम अपना काम करेंगे।
हम सब कुछ बर्दाश्त कर सकते गए, लेकिन रसूल आज़म सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम की शान में अगर कोई गुस्ताखी करेगा तो हम बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे।
His ordeal did not end there. Maharashtra police reached the spot and arrested the student. An FIR was lodged against the boy for hurting religious sentiments. He is currently in police custody. Commonwealth Games gold medalist Yogeshwar Dutt, reacting to India Today report, tweeted in support of the boy, questioning the silence of Nupur Sharma's critiques. Did Ansari pay the price for being a moderate and denouncing open calls to violence and beheading? Bureau Report, India Today.
Furious fight erupts over Kerala gold scam. Ruling left front versus opposition in the skies, and on the ground, First Youth Congress workers wrestle with the left leader in presence of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan inside an Indigo flight, putting lives of flyers in danger. Then street clashes erupt across Kerala between ruling LDF and opposition UDF. The heckling of Chief Minister inside a flight and an LDF leader pinning down the hecklers led to violent protests. CPM and Democratic Youth Federation of India workers are locked in a pitched battle against the Congress party. The fight has now erupted after key gold scam accused Swapna Suresh claimed that Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan himself took bribes. Kerala cops have now booked the two youth Congress workers for attempt to murder, conspiracy and aggravated assault that threatens the safety of an aircraft. Yet another custodial death has rocked Tamil Nadu. 2 custodial deaths in 2 days, 4 custodial deaths in less than 2 months have put Stalin's government under fire. Opposition has slammed MK Stalin for rising police barbarity, saying that the Chief Minister is incapable of handling the state cops. Here's more.
First Thangamani, then 25-year-old Vignesh. On June 13th, Rajashekhar in Chennai. And now, 44-year-old Siva Subramanian. Custodial deaths are on the rise in Tamil Nadu. 44-year-old Siva Subramanian allegedly died in Nagapattinam on Monday. Siva Subramanian was arrested over a brawl with his acquaintance. The police claim he suffered fits and was taken to a hospital where he was declared brought dead. Tamil Nadu BJP President Annamalai claimed that the police department, which is handled by Chief Minister Stalin, has sown seeds of fear among the public. Siva Subramanian is the 4th custodial death in less than 2 months in Tamil Nadu. With rising custodial deaths, the Stalin government is under fire over police barbarity. Will the government crack the whip on the police administration? With Pramod Madhav in Chennai, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, the other big story we're tracking here on India Today is the Kannada versus Hindi language war that has surfaced in Karnataka. In Karwar, residents are fuming after signboards were put up with both Hindi and Kannada signage. A memorandum has been submitted against the usage of Hindi in the boards of localities. Back in 2017, metro signboards bearing Hindi signages were plastered off or removed in Bengaluru. The district has standing orders that only Kannada should be used on these boards. An explanation has been demanded now from the municipal council. This is in fact not the first time. Recently, Kannada actor Kicha Sudeep's row with Ajay Devgan over Hindi sparked condemnation from all circles. Karnataka Chief Minister Bommai earlier said that regional language must be respected.
ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ನಡ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿ ಬಳಸಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ಸ್ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಹೌದು. ಬೇರೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಬಳಸಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಇದೆಯಾ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟೀಕರಣ ತಗೋಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ನಗರಸಭೆಗೂ ನಾನು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲನೇಷನ್ ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಯಾವ ಬೇಸಿಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರುವುದು ಕನ್ನಡ ಬಳಸಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಿಲ್ಲ, ಕನ್ನಡ ಬಳಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕನ್ನಡ ಇತ್ತು, ಕನ್ನಡ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗ ಹಿಂದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೀತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕೊಂಕಣಿಗೆ ಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲದ ಕಾರಣ ಕೊಂಕಣಿಯನ್ನು ಹಿಂದಿ ಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೀತಾ ಇರೋದಾಗಿ CMCಯಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಓರಲಿ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಲಿಖಿತವಾಗಿ ಯಾವ ಗೈಡ್ಲೈನ್ಸು ಯಾವ ಬೇಸಿಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಂತ ತೊಗೊಳ್ತೀವಿ.
In the latest of the high-profile Bengaluru drug bust case, Bollywood actor Shraddha Kapoor's brother Siddhant Kapoor was granted bail after he was arrested for alleged consumption of drugs in Bengaluru. According to the Deputy Commissioner of Police, the other 4 people arrested have also been released on bail. Cops sent the samples of 35 people suspected of having consumed drugs. Siddhant Kapoor's sample was amongst the 5 that turned out to be positive. The cops revealed that Siddhant was DJing at the party and that 2 packets of drugs were seen lying near a dustbin. Police further said that it was unclear if they consumed drugs and entered the party or if they consumed them at the hotel itself. Slipping to a break. When we return, up next, radical military recruitment scheme. 17.5 to 21-year-olds will be now eligible to serve 4 years.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Breaking news just coming in. Rahul Gandhi has left the ED office. This was the second day of questioning in the money laundering allegations in the National Herald case. He has now left the ED office. He was questioned 10 hours yesterday, if you remember. Yesterday he was questioned. Today was his day 2 of questioning, and we're getting you the big breaking story on how he's now left the ED office. We'll get you more details in just about a bit, but looks like there is no respite now for Rahul Gandhi. He's under the Enforcement Directorate scanner, being grilled for 2 days in a row. We also have the story on the inside track of what really happened at the ED grilling. We'll get our reporter in just about a bit. And there you go, the visuals on your screens right now. Day 2 of Rahul Gandhi's grilling by the Enforcement Directorate in the money laundering charges and acquisitions in the National Herald case. And now, after his grilling by the ED, by the investigative agency, he has now left the Enforcement Directorate office. So those are visuals on your screens. First on India Today. Our reporter will join us in just moments from now to tell us and give us the inside track of what really happened in the second round of drilling, rather the second day of drilling, 2 consecutive days of drilling. But now what we're also picking up is Rahul is going to be returning for another round of drilling. He's been grilled for 4 hours on day 2. He's left the ED office now, but he's going to be back, is what we're picking up. And the grilling is not over as yet. He will be grilled again in moments from now. He's going to return today itself for another round of questioning. It's about the ED will be questioning him and has already questioned him actually about the role in the organization that owns National Herald. Multiple questions, multiple layers. He's being probed. In fact, variety of questions, many questions are going to be asked related to AJL or Associate Journal Limited. Yesterday, on the back of Rahul getting grilled by the ED, there were massive protests by the Congress workers across the national capital and a few other cities as well. At the moment, his second day of grilling, and he's left from ED office. It's a lunch break. He's taken a lunch break, so it won't last for more than 1 hour. I believe we'll just confirm that. How long is the lunch break? He should be back as soon as he's done with lunch for the second round of grilling on day 2. Munish Pandey, who's been tracking all these developments closely, is now joining us. Munish, if you could bring our viewers up to speed in terms of what happened in the first round of grilling on day 2, which is today, and now he's left for lunch and he'll be back, and what is expected next?
Yeah, well, Chaiti, today the questioning started around 11:30 this morning, and just a while back from now, he was allowed to go for lunch. Yesterday, he was allowed to leave around 2:30 in the afternoon. Today, it was an hour late. As far as today's questioning is concerned, remember, yesterday was a very important day for Rahul Gandhi because, according to ED sources, there were certain questions pertaining to the transactions of AJL and Young India Private Limited. Those questions were not completely answered by Rahul Gandhi. He had told the ED officials that he needs to go through the files, and that is when the ED official told him that tomorrow, whenever you are coming, you have to come with the details or the documents of those transactions. So today, again, there was a revisit on certain aspects of the questioning regarding the shareholding of Young India Private Limited, also regarding the transaction of 50 lakh rupees allegedly from a Kolkata-based shell company, transaction of AJL. So all these questions were again revisited by the Enforcement Directorate today, but also sources have indicated that today there was some fresh set of documents, and these documents are part of the evidence which the ED has collected so far during the investigation. Rahul Gandhi was confronted with those documents. Again, sources are saying that Rahul Gandhi during the questioning was very cautious about using the word. They are saying that it appeared that Rahul Gandhi has been tutored by the lawyers, but this is an indication given by the ED sources. As far as Rahul Gandhi is concerned, he has claimed that there was no wrongdoing from his part, from AJL or even by the Young India Private Limited. Chaiti.
All right, Munish Pandey with the inside track and the top story that is defining the news agenda. Munish Pandey breaking the story first on India Today on the inside track, and all the latest developments as far as Rahul Gandhi's grilling by the Enforcement Directorate is concerned. For the moment, Rahul Gandhi has left for lunch and he's going to be returning for another round of grilling. If I could ask Munish one more question. All right, we'll come back to Manish in just about a bit, but high political drama unfolded outside the Enforcement Directorate office and Congress headquarters in the national capital. Several top Congress leaders who staged protests in solidarity with Rahul Gandhi have been detained for the second day. Youth Congress Chief B.V. Srinivas was seen entering a massive tussle with the cops outside the ED office. Cops were seen carrying the Congress Neta and pushing him into the bus. This comes after Youth Congress Chief ran away from the cops yesterday to evade police's detention. Congress MP Manikam Tagore took to Twitter sharing a video of his detention along with other Congress netas. The Congress netas alleged that they were not allowed to enter the AICC headquarters and were manhandled by the police. In fact, the Congress MP Chidambaram added that he suffered a hairline fracture and was manhandled by the cops even.
जो नाटक नौटंकी, जो थिएट्रिक्स और ड्रामा कांग्रेस पार्टी भ्रष्टाचार को लेकर कल से कर रही है दिल्ली में, ये पूरा हिंदुस्तान देख रही है। आश्चर्य का विषय कि भ्रष्टाचार भी करेंगे और जब भ्रष्टाचार के विषय में पूछताछ होगी, जब भ्रष्टाचार के विषय में कानूनी कार्यवाही होगी, तो उस पर ड्रामा भी करेंगे और उसमें सड़क भी रोकेंगे, उसमें कहीं न कहीं कानून से ऊपर अपने आप को मानेंगे।
वो नौकरियां छीनते जाएंगे, राहुल गांधी और कांग्रेस नौकरियों पर सवाल पूछेगी। वो भाईचारा मिटाएंगे, हम प्यार के बीज अंकुरित करते जाएंगे। वो रोजगार छीनते जाएंगे, हम रोजगार मांगते जाएंगे। वो गैस और पेट्रोल डीजल के दाम बढ़ाएंगे, हम उनको कटघरे में खड़ा करते जाएंगे।
These are fabricated cases because they are misusing the enforcement directorate for their political vendetta. We will fight it out at any cost. This has become a banana republic. They are trying to make India as a banana republic. They are trying like that. There is no democracy. There is no legal values.
यहाँ की पुलिस प्रशासन को कितना बड़ा दबाव झेलना पड़ रहा होगा दिल्ली से या गवर्नमेंट से, कोई कल्पना नहीं कर सकता। ये तो कोई आज तक मैंने कभी देखा नहीं। सर, आपके कानून अपना काम करे, 144 लगे तो आप अरेस्ट कर लीजिए, परंतु आप अगर AICC में आने लेकर रोक सकते हैं तो ये हालात हैं। देख रहे हैं आप लोग, डेमोक्रेसी की हत्या ही हो रही है। आप समझ लो देश के अंदर, ये देशवासियों को समझना पड़ेगा। खाली धर्म के नाम पर राजनीति कब तक करते जाओगे?
हम लोग आराम से पैदल जा रहे थे, मैं अकेले जा रहा था अपने सुरक्षा कर्मियों के साथ, और मुझे पुलिस ने रोक दिया। अब रोक दिया तो बैठने के अलावा मेरे पास रास्ता क्या है? और मिसबिहेव कर रहे हैं ये लोग, है ना। और ये देखिए किस प्रकार से
ये हरासमेंट है, क्योंकि ये पत्रिका तो इंडिपेंडेंस के लिए फ्रीडम फाइटर्स ने निकाला और लोगों को कॉन्शियस बनाने के लिए और लड़ने के लिए, हिम्मत देने के लिए ये पेपर बनी हुई है। और ये जब 2008 में बंद पड़ी थी, उसको जान देने के लिए ये सारी चीजें हुई। जो शेयर
जो जेल पर बेल में है वो बैठकर यहाँ पर सत्याग्रह चला रहा है।
अरे ऐसे चिल्लर बातें करने से क्या, उनके पास तो आजादी के लिए कोई लड़ा है, कोई मरा है, कुछ नहीं। उनको क्या दर्द है? जो लोग अपना सारी संपत्ति इस देश के आजादी के लिए लड़ा है, उनसे आप प्रश्न करते हैं।
Today we came to the AICC, myself, Punya ji,
yesterday he had provided all
Nizamuddin, or Meena ji, we are all there. We are not allowed inside the AICC office, and the police misbehaved with us, and they are taking to unknown position. And we feel that the force of Amit Shah can't stop us.
Today I asked Rahulji, what was your experience today? Rahulji told I was enjoying. Yes, Rahulji was enjoying the examination, because Rahulji, not only Rahulji, everybody knows that everything is being done on unfounded arguments, only to tarnish the image of the Congress party and the Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, those who are our leaders. Nothing else, only to besmirch the stature of Congress party.
What do you have to say about the BJP attacks?
BJP is doing it as a panic reaction, because they know that they don't have the lucid argument to prove that any wrongdoings has been committed by Rahul Gandhi.
डिटेन कर लिया गया, क्या कह रहे हैं?
ये सत्याग्रह है, ये डिटेन करें, थाने में ले जाएं, कहीं ले जाएं, सत्याग्रह जारी रहेगा। अब खेत खलिहान, गाँवों में, चौपालों में और फैक्ट्रियों में सब जगह धीरे धीरे ये सत्याग्रह फैलेगा, और ये सत्याग्रह इस सरकार को बदल करके ही रुकेगा।
जो सवाल उठाए जा रहे हैं,
किमेव जयते।
My colleague Sneha Mordani was earlier in conversation with BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla and Youth Congress chief BV Srinivas, who was seen in a tussle with cops outside the ED office. Listen in.
Shehzad Poonawalla, BV Srinivas of the Congress party has been detained, is also with us. What would you like to tell him? He says that none of the BJP leaders have been questioned by the ED in so many years. This obviously is a tool of vendetta that the BJP has been using.
देखिए, आपके पास और मेरे पास पैन कार्ड है, आधार कार्ड है, राशन कार्ड है। ये बीवी श्रीनिवास और ये पूरी जो भ्रष्टाचारियों को बचाने वाली मंडली, इसमें कोई पर्सनल अकाउंट के मामला नहीं है। उनको कुछ भी बोलना नहीं चलता।
प्लीज शहजाद पूनावाला को, मैं आपको भी मौका दूंगी। बीवी श्रीनिवास, शहजाद पूनावाला को
बारे में समझा के आने को बोलिए, थोड़ा पढ़े लिखे आइए। ये भ्रष्टाचार
थोड़ा इनका कोई लीगल वाले बिचारी है, इनके सारे झूठ बोल रहे हैं।
बीवी श्रीनिवास,
नेतृत्व
शहजाद पूनावाला को बोलने दीजिए, मैं आपको भी मौका दूंगी। बीवी श्रीनिवास, प्लीज बीवी श्रीनिवास, ऐसे तो कुछ नहीं समझ में आएगा, बोलने दीजिए, मैं आपको भी मौका दूंगी, आप बने रहिए। शहजाद गो है।
नहीं, ये लोग झूठ बोलने के अलावा आज तक
बीवी श्रीनिवास प्लीज, इस तरह से हम डिस्कशन नहीं कर सकते, आप बने रहिए हमारे साथ। शहजाद पूनावाला को 1 मिनट बोलने दीजिए, फिर मैं आपके पास फिर से आऊंगी। शहजाद गो हेड।
First of all, it is a trial court which held that young Indians were used as a special purpose vehicle to usurp public property worth 2,000 crores that belonged to freedom fighters and gave it to the Gandhi families to young Indians. It was a High Court that upheld that order. The income tax reassessment order, which was challenged by the Gandhi family in High Court and Supreme Court, was upheld by court no relief from court. This is vendetta politics. Please tell me.
Shahzad, go ahead, I can hear you. Shahzad, you go ahead, I can hear you, please.
After that, just few days ago, the Congress party welcomes the ED action on Satyendra Jain, but when action is taken on their own Bhrashtacharis, they have a problem with it. Why this double standard? Thirdly, did they or did they not take money into Young Indians from Rotex, which is a shell company? Fourthly, did they or did they not illegally transfer ATL shares to Young Indians, which has been objected to by Shanti Bhushan and Martin de Kaju no less? They are not friends of the BJP. Fifthly, please tell me, does the income tax reassessment order that was challenged by you not say that you have to pay a liability of 100 crores in tax? Sixthly, is it not true that ED has attached properties? You all have not challenged that because you all know that there is no relief that you get from the courts of law. Till date, no court of law has given you relief. Srinivasan ji, please answer these questions. Instead of that, आप जब भी सवाल आता है आप भाग जाते हैं, आप झुकेंगे नहीं।
बीवी श्रीनिवास, please come in. Some pointed questions and Mr. Poonawala has asked. बीवी श्रीनिवास, do answer.
मेरा सिंपल कहना चीज है, 2015 में केस खत्म हो चुका था ये, हाँ, अभी दोबारा खुला क्यों? मेरे भाई बता तो सही, ये पॉलिटिकल वेंडेटा नहीं है तो और क्या? मैं बताता हूँ। वो क्या पॉलिटिकल वेंडेटा है नहीं है तो और क्या?
ठीक है, आपने सवाल पूछा, शहजाद पूनावाला को आंसर करने दीजिए। शहजाद आंसर। यस, बीवी श्रीनिवास, आपने सवाल पूछा, शहजाद पूनावाला को आंसर करने दीजिए।
मैंने इनको 2015 में केस खत्म हो चुका है।
मैं समझ गई बीवी श्रीनिवास, आपका सवाल आपने पूछा ना सवाल, तो शहजाद पूनावाला को आंसर करने दीजिए, वो आपके सवाल का जवाब देंगे।
कोई भी केस बंद नहीं किया गया था ईडी के द्वारा। इनफैक्ट ईडी हैज बीन कंटिन्यूइंग द इन्वेस्टिगेशंस अटैचमेंट्स फ्रॉम इट लास्ट ईयर आल्सो, एंड इफ द केस was closed, please tell us why did Mr. Srinivas and his great lawyers from the Congress party not go to court and say this is a closed case? Why are you summoning Rahul Gandhi? Why did you summon Oscar Fernandez? Why did you summon Motilal Vora, who also, when they were alive, went to the ED? So this kind of fake narrative, instead of peddling that, he should answer specific questions. Do you have engagements with Rotex, which is a shell company? Did you transfer shares of ATL legally? Or did you get the loan from Congress party, give it to ATL, which was transferred to Young Indians, which was doing business in real estate? Could the donors of Congress party make that donation to this kind of company? Then you waived off that loan. Fourthly, there's a High Court order and a Supreme Court order against you on the income tax reassessment order. Fifthly, there's a trial court order summoning the leaders of Congress party for this fraud, calling it a criminal intent that was part of there in transferring the shares of ATL to Young Indians. Are these facts true or false? Are this all vendetta politics, or is this court of law of the way?
Slipping to a break. When we return, up next, radical military recruitment scheme. 17.5 to 21-year-olds will be eligible to serve 4 years.
You are watching India Today.
India Today TV wins big at NT Awards 2022. Bags 14 most coveted awards. TV news presenter male Rahul Gandhi. Business news anchor female Abha Bakaya. Best news debate show News Track. Best talk show To the Point. Daily news bulletin News Today. TV news reporter Ashutosh Mishra. Sports special Go for Gold. Best use of graphics by a news channel State of War 2021 elections. And many more. With 37 awards for the India Today group, the most credible network is also the most awarded.
are watching India Today.
Breaking news coming in. Video from Hyderabad's Asif Nagar area where a group of drunk men tried to vandalize and attack police personnel when cops were doing a routine drunk driving test on commuters. One of the accused climbed atop a police vehicle and started hurling abuses at the cops. That's the latest coming in. Accused refuses to undergo drunk driving tests. And video from Hyderabad's Asif Nagar area has now emerged where a group of drunk men tried to vandalize, attack police personnel when the cops were conducting a normal routine drunk driving test on commuters, which is a must. And that's the video that has come out. One of the world's largest and most professional militaries, renowned globally for its abilities, responsibilities, and grit, is all set for a brand new chapter. The government has called it Agneepath, the path of fire, and it has aimed at recasting the military as leaner, meaner, and to cut down India's military salary and pension bills. Agneepath is a brand new short-term recruitment policy for the Indian youth to serve in the armed forces. The scheme will induct youth aged between 17.5 to 21 into the armed forces as Agniveers on a salary between 30 to 40,000 for a period of 4 years. They will then be released from service without pension, but with a severance of up to 12 lakh rupees. About a quarter of all Agniveers will be retained if they choose to be on merit.
भारतीय सेनाओं को विश्व की बेहतरीन सेना बनाने के लिए उस दृष्टि से आज कैबिनेट कमेटी ऑन सिक्योरिटी ने भी एक ऐतिहासिक फैसला किया है। आज का अग्निपथ नामक एक ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव योजना हम ला रहे हैं जो हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस में ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव चेंजेज लाकर उन्हें फुल्ली मॉडर्न और वेल इक्विप्ड। अग्निपथ योजना में भारतीय नौजवानों को बतौर अग्निवीर आर्म्ड फोर्सेस में सेवा का अवसर प्रदान किया जाएगा और यह योजना देश की सुरक्षा को मजबूत करने व हमारे युवाओं को मिलिट्री सर्विस का अवसर देने के लिए लाई गई है। अग्निपथ योजना के अंतर्गत यह प्रयास किया जा रहा है कि इंडियन आर्म्ड फोर्सेस का प्रोफाइल पूरी तरह से यूथफुल हो। यूथफुल प्रोफाइल से यह फायदा भी होगा कि उन्हें नई नई टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए आसानी से ट्रेन किया जा सकेगा और उनकी हेल्थ और फिटनेस का लेवल भी काफी बेहतर होगा। साथियों, इस अग्निपथ योजना से एम्प्लॉयमेंट अपॉर्चुनिटीज बढ़ेंगी और अग्निवीर सेवा के दौरान अर्जित स्किल्स एवं एक्सपीरियंस उन्हें विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में एम्प्लॉयमेंट भी प्राप्त कराएगा।
Firstly is the requirement to modify and refine our current recruitment process, essentially to expand the recruiting base. We also need to identify and select the right ITI qualified youth for induction into technical trades. Optimizing the recruitment training period is another issue that we are currently examining. As I mentioned earlier, assimilation and integration of the Agniveers into the system is an important aspect, and that is something which we are working at. Besides, there are some HR management issues like identifying the correct billets for the Agniveer, both within our organization and outside it, maybe on deputation. The skilling the Agniveers and empowering them for enhancing their value and employability is another issue which we'll have to look at.
इस नए सिस्टम की ओर सुचारू परिवर्तन के लिए सभी योजनाएं प्लान की जा चुकी हैं और ध्यान दें, नौसेना की अग्निवीर स्कीम में महिलाएं भी शामिल होंगी। मेरा मानना है कि अग्निपथ एक विजनरी मूव है जो कि हमारी नौसेना का मल्टीपल डायमेंशंस में बदलाव करेगा
I think of the concept of Agnipath through the prism of my own experience of 4 decades in uniform.
Time for a very short commercial break on India Today. On the other side, it's an India Today confrontation with gangster Lawrence Bishnoi that no other channel has. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching You are watching India Today.
After India Today reported on the horrific ordeal of 19-year-old Muslim teen who was slapped, thrashed and assaulted by a mob for backing Nupur Sharma, cops booked 125 people. After wrestling inside Chief Minister Vijay's flight, ugly Congress versus CPM war over Kerala gold scam leads to street battles across the state. Shockwaves in Tamil Nadu over custodial deaths. 2 custodial deaths in 48 hours. 44-year-old allegedly dies in police custody. Family cries foul. Chief Minister Stalin under fire. Day 2 of Rahul Gandhi's ED grilling underway in herald laundering case. ED sources say Congress MP was evasive and looked tutored yesterday. Sister Priyanka and top netas stand with Rahul. Congress says its leaders are being detained without any provocation and being manhandled. BJP says Congress applies different yardsticks for Gangster Gandhi's top cop denies Congress's charge. Government, along with 3 service chiefs, unveiled radical military recruitment scheme. 17.5 to 21-year-olds will be eligible to serve 4 years. Veterans warn against the scheme.
मौका देश के लिए कुछ कर दिखाने।
As the probe into the murder of Punjabi singer Musevala deepens, India Today has confronted the murder mastermind Lawrence Bishnoi. Gangster Bishnoi was confronted and posed 2 questions. One on Musevala's murder and the other on the threat letter to Salman Khan that was found after Musevala's murder. But in this confrontation, the dreaded gangster refused to answer any of the questions. Meanwhile, the Salman threat letter newsbreak gets bigger after a big statement by the Maharashtra Home Minister. According to Dilip Valse Patil, the Lawrence Bishnoi gang has been targeting big businessmen and actors in a bid to extort money.
बिश्नोई कुछ बोलना है? सिद्धू को मारा? बिश्नोई आज तक पे बिश्नोई सलमान खान को आपने धमकी दिलवाई हैं? सिद्धू मूसेवाला मरवाया? बिश्नोई
जब भी ये मूसेवाला का जो वहाँ पे हत्या हुई, जब भी इस परिस्थिति का फायदा लेके अपना एक रुआब बनाने के लिए ये गैंग ने, जो बिश्नोई गैंग है, ये गैंग ने इसका एक फायदा लेने की कोशिश की है। कुछ लोगों को अरेस्ट किया गया है, लेकिन अभी तक इसके बारे में सारी इंफॉर्मेशन या सारी बातें सामने नहीं आई है। पुलिस इसकी जांच कर रही है और कुछ दिन लगेंगे और कुछ दिन के बाद इसके बारे में सारी स्पष्टता होगी।
All right, this is a big confrontation done by Arvind Ojha, the only channel that has confronted gangster Lawrence Bishnoi on 2 counts. One is on the Sidhu Musevala murder and whether he threatened Salman Khan or not. No other channel has this confrontation. Arvind Ojha now joins us live for the very latest. Arvind, आपने उन्हें confront किया, Lawrence Bishnoi को अभी तक किसी ने confront नहीं किया. You had a face-to-face confrontation with Lawrence Bishnoi on 2 pointed question. एक सिद्धू मूसेवाला के मर्डर के बाबत में और दूसरा जो आपने सवाल पूछा था वो सलमान खान को जो थ्रेट लेटर मिला था उस स्टोरी पर। बताइए हमें क्या हुआ।
देखिए चैती, लगातार इंडिया टुडे जब से सिद्धू मूसेवाले का मर्डर हुआ है तब से इंडिया टुडे लगातार अपने व्यूअर्स को एक पॉइंट से न्यूज बता रहा है कि किसने मारा। हमने सबसे पहले बताया कि लॉरेंस बिश्नोई ही इस मर्डर का मास्टरमाइंड है। ऐसे में इंडिया टुडे ने ये ठाना कि हम जो गैंगस्टर लॉरेंस बिश्नोई है उसको कन्फ्रंट करेंगे और आज हमने जब उसे मेडिकल के लिए ले जाया गया, हमने उसे कन्फ्रंट किया। हमने उससे सवाल पूछा कि क्या सिद्धू मूसेवाला को तुमने मरवाया। दूसरा सवाल सलमान खान के थ्रेट को लेकर, और आपको बताऊं ये चाहे पंजाब पुलिस हो, उसने भी ये फर्स्ट डे ही बोला था और दिल्ली पुलिस ने भी बाद में ये बोला कि लॉरेंस बिश्नोई ही मास्टरमाइंड है। नंबर 1। नंबर 2, सलमान खान को जो थ्रेट लेटर मिला था उसमें महाराष्ट्र पुलिस और जो महाराष्ट्र के होम मिनिस्टर है वो तक बोल रहे हैं कि बिश्नोई गैंग ही सलमान के थ्रेट के पीछे है। हालांकि जब बिश्नोई से इंडिया टुडे ने कन्फ्रंट किया वो कुछ बोल रहा था, लेकिन उसकी बॉडी लैंग्वेज आप देखें तो वो बाकायदा आंखें दिखा रहा है, जिससे समझ में आता है कि वो कितना वियर्ड गैंगस्टर है, कितना खतरनाक गैंगस्टर है। और इन सब के बीच दिल्ली पुलिस ने भी रिमांड मांगी है, कस्टडी मांगी है और पंजाब पुलिस ने पहली बार कोर्ट में ये बोला है कि जो सिद्धू मूसेवाला है उसके मर्डर में प्राइम सस्पेक्ट मास्टरमाइंड है लॉरेंस बिश्नोई।
और पंजाब पुलिस ने कस्टडी मांगी है लॉरेंस बिश्नोई की। व्हाट इज द अपडेट कमिंग इन ऑन दैट फ्रंट? कोर्ट ने क्या डिसाइड किया है?
देखिए अभी तक कोर्ट का ऑर्डर आना बाकी है, क्योंकि दिल्ली पुलिस भी कस्टडी मांग रही थी, लेकिन जब पंजाब पुलिस ने बोला कि पंजाब में जो सिद्धू मूसेवाला का मर्डर हुआ है उसमें मेन मास्टरमाइंड है, फर्स्ट इंफॉर्मेशन रिपोर्ट लॉरेंस बिश्नोई के खिलाफ है, इसलिए हमें कस्टडी दी जाए, जिसके बाद दिल्ली पुलिस कोर्ट में खामोश रह गई। तो देखना होगा कि कोर्ट क्या ऑर्डर देती है, क्योंकि 2 स्टेट की पुलिस ने कस्टडी मांगी है, पंजाब पुलिस ने भी कस्टडी मांगी है और दिल्ली पुलिस ने भी कस्टडी मांगी है। चेती
बिल्कुल हमारे साथ बने रहिए। We've got breaking news coming in at this point of time. Arrest of shooter Santosh Jadhav from Gujarat by Pune crime branch has revealed how operational details of how members of Lawrence Bishnoi gang operate. Gang uses Jai Balkari as a slogan to identify with other gang members. So their slogan to identify each other is Jai Balkari. We have the inside track on how they are operating with the only channel with this. This gang, they use only Instagram Messenger to chat, and they have multiple Instagram accounts where they even boast about their criminal activities. So we've got the modus operandi on the entire manner in which this Lawrence Bishnoi gang operates. Mustafa now joins us for the very latest on this particular story. Mustafa, walk our viewers through the modus operandi of how they operate, on how this Jai Balkari is the code word that they use to identify each other, and what about those multiple Instagram accounts as well?
Well, Chaiti, they are trying to be in touch with each other, and by boasting on social media accounts like Instagram, they are trying to enroll more and more people. Now, this is exclusive detail which has been secured by India Today, which has come out in the investigations of Santosh Jadhav. With name of Santosh Jadhav 077, there was multiple accounts in which Santosh Jadhav is posting with guns, with bullets, with his friends. And it's, if not Santosh Jadhav, there are many other gang members who are from Lawrence Bishnoi gang who use Jai Balkari as their war cry. They also identify their social media accounts by giving their initials. They make their initials of their name with guns or bullets, like Santosh Jadhav has made SJ with guns and then taken a snapshot and posted on Instagram. So this is the activity which has come out, and the police is also shocked that these are youngsters who have now become hardened criminal coming from rural parts of Maharashtra, Punjab, Haryana. They are boasting about how they are roaming freely. Police is not arresting them. They are doing everything openly on social media, but it's only now after Musevala's killing that all this has come to light.
Pune crime branch has arrested the shooter Santosh Jadhav, and Santosh Jadhav hails from Gujarat, but this arrest has been made by Pune crime branch, and now that the police is in possession of how the modus operandi and what the manner and form for fashion in which this particular gang operates, what is the plan in terms of crackdown really looking like, and how fast? What is the timeline?
Well, yes, the Pune police is also trying to get to more accused, but as the Home Minister Dilip Valsaraj Patil was saying this morning, that the entire plan of this gang is to spread their terror, their fear through these social media accounts, through their activities like threatening Salman and then extort money from the businessmen. Remember, these are criminals who are youngsters and not scared of killing anybody if the ransom is not given, and that's the threat which is looming over various state police, be it Punjab, Haryana and Maharashtra, that these are gangsters. There are many others such who have joined them on social media, who are boasting about that they are from the Bishnoi gang, and then they are ready to do anything which it takes to extort money from people. And they also write that first we did it out of poverty and now we will do it because we want more. So these are the kind of, the psychology which the Pune crime branch is trying to study. That all has come out in the Instagram accounts of the arrested accused.
Very interesting, very interesting. And the Pune crime branch is on top of this story as well. On top of, they have arrested this particular shooter as well. A lot of inside details in terms of the modus operandi has been accessed by India Today. Mustafa Sheikh, thank you for joining us with those details. Now, in a big India Today impact, Mob that assaulted 19-year-old engineering student Saad Ansari in Bhiwandi has been booked. Muslim community assaulted Saad for supporting now suspended BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma's prophet remarks. Police have now booked around 125 people. Of the booked ones, 18 were identified under rioting and threatening charges. Thousands of Muslims took to street last week. The mob slapped, abused Saad Ansari and made him read Kalma, the Muslim prayer for penance. Saad was arrested by Maharashtra police for hurting religious sentiments. He is currently in police custody. You know, a 19-year-old boy was slapped, he was thrashed, he was assaulted by a mob inside his own home in Maharashtra's Bhiwandi for allegedly supporting Nupur Sharma's remarks on the Prophet. Take a look at this timeline of how all of this unfolded.
A massive India Today impact. Muslim mob that assaulted 19-year-old engineering student Saad Ansari in Bhiwandi has been booked. India Today was the only channel to report assault on the engineering student by the mob led by a Congress leader which barged inside his house. Saad was slapped for supporting Nupur Sharma. Forced to apologize and read Islamic prayers for appealing for peace. 19-year-old engineering student from Bhiwandi in Maharashtra, Saad Ansari, had to face this angry mob, which barged into his home over a social media post, condemning death threats issued against suspended spokesperson of the BJP. Police have booked around 125 attackers who barged inside Saad's home to assault and abuse him. At least 18 of the assaulters have been identified for rioting and threatening the teenager. Thousands of Muslims took to the streets last week, shouting slogans, pelting stones, burning public property, causing serious injuries to cops. Mobs did not stop there. Led by a local corporator of the ruling Congress party, they forcibly entered the house of Ansari, slapped him, used objectionable words and forced him to read the Kalma for not denouncing Nupur.
तमाम निजामपुर के जो भी बच्चे थे वो यहाँ पे पुलिस स्टेशन में आए, सबके साइन किया हुआ एक मेमोरेंडम यहाँ पे दिया है और इनसे रिक्वेस्ट की है कि उस पर एफआईआर करें। इंशाल्लाह एफआईआर हो के उस पर जो भी कानूनी कार्रवाई वो होएगी। और मैं एक ही मैसेज देना चाहता हूँ कि बस अब इसके बाद में अगर किसी ने इस तरीके की बदतमीजी किया, कानून अपना काम करे, हम अपना काम करेंगे।
हम सब कुछ बर्दाश्त कर सकते गए, लेकिन रसूल आज़म सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम की शान में अगर कोई गुस्ताखी करेगा तो हम बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे।
His ordeal did not end there. Maharashtra police reached the spot and arrested the student. An FIR was lodged against the boy for hurting religious sentiments. He is currently in police custody. Commonwealth Games gold medalist Yogeshwar Dutt, reacting to India Today report, tweeted in support of the boy, questioning the silence of Nupur Sharma's critiques. Did Ansari pay the price for being a moderate and denouncing open calls to violence and beheading? Bureau Report, India Today.
Furious fight erupts over Kerala gold scam. Ruling left front versus opposition in the skies and on the ground as well. First, Youth Congress workers wrestle with a left leader in presence of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan inside an Indigo flight, putting lives of flyers in danger. Then street clashes erupt across Kerala between ruling LDF and opposition UDF. The heckling of the Chief Minister inside the flight and an LDF leader pinning down the hecklers. led to violent protests. CPM and Democratic Youth Federation of India workers are locked in a pitched battle against the Congress party. The fight has erupted after key gold scam accused Swapna Suresh claimed that Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan himself took bribes. Kerala cops have now booked the two youth Congress workers for an attempt to murder, conspiracy and aggravated assault that threatens the safety of an aircraft. In yet another custodial death case that has rocked Tamil Nadu, 2 custodial deaths in 2 days, 4 custodial deaths in less than 2 months have put Stalin government under fire. Opposition slams MK Stalin for rising police barbarity, saying the chief minister is incapable of handling the state police. Here's more.
First Thangamani, then 25-year-old Vignesh. On June 13th, Rajashekhar in Chennai. And now 44-year-old Sivasubramanian. Custodial deaths are on the rise in Tamil Nadu. 44-year-old Sivasubramanian allegedly died in Nagapattinam on Monday. Sivasubramanian was arrested over a brawl with his acquaintance. The police claim he suffered fits and was taken to a hospital where he was declared brought dead. Tamil Nadu BJP President Annamalai claimed that the police department, which is handled by Chief Minister Stalin, has sown seeds of fear among the public. Sivasubramanian is the 4th custodial death in less than 2 months in Tamil Nadu. With rising custodial deaths, the Stalin government is under fire over police barbarity. Will the government crack the whip on the police administration? With Pramod Madhav in Chennai, Bureau Report, India Today.
The Kannada versus Hindi language war has resurfaced in Karnataka. In Karwar, residents are fuming after signboards were put up with both Hindi and Kannada signage. A memorandum has been submitted against the usage of Hindi on the boards of localities. Back in 2017, metro signboards bearing Hindi signages were plastered off or removed in Bengaluru. The district has standing orders that only Kannada should be used in the boards. An explanation has been demanded from the municipal council. This is not the first time, viewers. Recently, Kannada actor Kicha Sudeep's row, if you remember, with Ajay Devgan over the Hindi language row sparked condemnation from all circles. Karnataka Chief Minister Bommai had said earlier that regional languages must be respected.
ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕನ್ನಡ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿ ಬಳಸಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ಸ್ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಹೌದು. ಬೇರೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಬಳಸಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಇದೆಯಾ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟೀಕರಣ ತಗೋಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ನಗರಸಭೆಗೂ ನಾನು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲನೇಷನ್ ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಯಾವ ಬೇಸಿಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಕನ್ನಡ ಬಳಸಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಿಲ್ಲ, ಕನ್ನಡ ಬಳಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕನ್ನಡ ಇತ್ತು, ಕನ್ನಡ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗ ಹಿಂದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೀತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕೊಂಕಣಿಗೆ ಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲದ ಕಾರಣ ಕೊಂಕಣಿಯನ್ನು ಹಿಂದಿ ಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೀತಾ ಇರೋದಾಗಿ CMCಯಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಓರಲಿ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಲಿಖಿತವಾಗಿ ಯಾವ ಗೈಡ್ಲೈನ್ಸು ಯಾವ ಬೇಸಿಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಂತ ತೊಗೊಳ್ತೀವಿ.
In the latest in the high-profile Bengaluru drug bust case, Bollywood actor Shraddha Kapoor's brother Siddhant Kapoor was granted bail after he was arrested for alleged consumption of drugs in Bengaluru. According to the Deputy Commissioner of Police, the other 4 people arrested have also been released on bail. Cops sent the samples of 35 people suspected of having consumed drugs. Siddhant Kapoor's sample was amongst the 5 that turned out to be positive. The cops revealed that Siddhant was DJing at the party and that 2 packets of drugs were lying near a dustbin. The police has further said that it was unclear if they ended up consuming drugs and entered the party, or if they consumed them at the hotel itself. A Buddhist monk's pitch for a monastery in Kargil has been shot down. Tibetan monk Palga Rinpoche's proposed peace march to Kargil for the construction of a monastery in Kargil has not been allowed. The Ladakh administration has denied permission, saying they want to avoid any communal tension in Ladakh, considering the monks' march was opposed by Muslim-dominated organizations of Kargil. The march started from Leh on May 31st and was to conclude in Kargil, but the permission for the same has been denied. The monk is now leading the march with the aim of laying the foundation stone of the monastery on the allotted site. Though the land was allocated for the monastery, the then government of Jammu and Kashmir changed the use of the land and halted the construction of the monastery.
After the directions from Home Ministry, Ladakh administration has stopped Tibetan-based monk to proceed for peace march in Kargil. A Tibetan monk few days back decided to proceed with peace march to Kargil for construction of monastery in Kargil, which was opposed by the political and religious parties and sections of the Kargil. So far, to maintain the religious harmony in the Kargil region, the Home Ministry has asked the monk to proceed back to Leh and avoid any kind of clash or confusion in the Ladakh. Ashrafani with Hussain Khalu in Kargil for India Today.
Slipping to a break. When we return, radical military recruitment scheme, 17.5 to 21-year-olds will now be eligible to serve 4 years.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching You are watching India Today.
One of the world's largest, most professional militaries, renowned globally for its abilities, responsibilities, and grit. It's now all set for a brand new chapter. The government has called it Agnipath, the path of fire, and it is now aimed at recasting the military as leaner and meaner, and to cut down India's military salary and pension bills. Agnipath is a brand new short-term recruitment policy for Indian youth to serve in the armed forces. The scheme will induct youth aged between 17.5 to 21 into the armed forces as Agniveers on a salary between 30 and 40,000 for a period of 4 years. They will then be released from service without pension, but with a severance of up to 12 lakh rupees. About a quarter of all Agniveers will be retained if they choose to on merit.
नहीं फौलादी जज्बों को देती है देश को अपने 4 साल सीना तान संकल्प कर।
भारतीय सेनाओं को विश्व की बेहतरीन सेना बनाने के लिए उस दृष्टि से आज कैबिनेट कमेटी ऑन सिक्योरिटी ने भी एक ऐतिहासिक फैसला किया है। आज का अग्निपथ नामक एक ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव योजना हम ला रहे हैं जो हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस में ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव चेंजेज लाकर उन्हें फुल्ली मॉडर्न और वेल इक्विप्ड। अग्निपथ योजना में भारतीय नौजवानों को बतौर अग्निवीर आर्म्ड फोर्सेस में सेवा का अवसर प्रदान किया जाएगा और यह योजना देश की सुरक्षा को मजबूत करने व हमारे युवाओं को मिलिट्री सर्विस का अवसर देने के लिए लाई गई है। अग्निपथ योजना के अंतर्गत यह प्रयास किया जा रहा है कि इंडियन आर्म्ड फोर्सेस का प्रोफाइल पूरी तरह से यूथफुल हो। यूथफुल प्रोफाइल से यह फायदा भी होगा कि उन्हें नई नई टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए आसानी से ट्रेन किया जा सकेगा और उनकी हेल्थ और फिटनेस का लेवल भी काफी बेहतर होगा। साथियों, इस अग्निपथ योजना से एम्प्लॉयमेंट अपॉर्चुनिटीज बढ़ेंगी और अग्निवीर सेवा के दौरान अर्जित स्किल्स एवं एक्सपीरियंस उन्हें विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में एम्प्लॉयमेंट भी प्राप्त कराएगा।
Firstly, is the requirement to modify and refine our current recruitment process, essentially to expand the recruiting base. We also need to identify and select the right ITI qualified youth for induction into technical trades. Optimizing the recruitment training period is another issue that we are currently examining. As I mentioned earlier, assimilation and integration of the Agniveers into the system is an important aspect, and that is something which we are working at. Besides, there are some HR management issues like identifying the correct billets for the Agniveer, both within our organization and outside it, maybe on deputation. The skilling the Agniveers and empowering them for enhancing their value and employability is another issue which we'll have to look at.
इस नए सिस्टम की ओर सुचारू परिवर्तन के लिए सभी योजनाएं प्लान की जा चुकी हैं और ध्यान दें, नौसेना की अग्निवीर स्कीम में महिलाएं भी शामिल होंगी। मेरा मानना है कि अग्निपथ एक विजनरी मूव है जो कि हमारी नौसेना का मल्टीपल डायमेंशंस में बदलाव करेगा। I think of the concept of Agnipath through the prism of my own experience of 4 decades in uniform.
Day 2 of Rahul Gandhi's ED grilling underway in the National Herald case. We are getting you all the details in just a short moment from now. All the latest updates on this story in just about a bit. Take a short commercial break. See you on the other side.
You are watching India Today. You are watching You are watching India Today.
After being questioned for 10 hours on Monday, the Congress MP Rahul Gandhi is now at the ED office for day 2 of questioning. Ahead of this visit, he was seen entering the AICC headquarters with Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, while several top Congress leaders and workers stood in solidarity with the Gandhis. ED sources close to India today have revealed that Rahul looked cautious and his lawyers had tutored him. ED sources also said that Rahul was evasive on many questions and was not satisfied with Rahul's answers. That is, the ED was not satisfied. Rahul was questioned over a variety of questions related to the Associate Journal Limited, or AJL as you know it. ED questioned Rahul about his role in the organization that owns the National Herald.
Day 2. In day 2 of his summons, Rahul Gandhi has already been questioned for over 2 hours. The questions pertain to the inconclusive answers from day 1 and fresh set of questions regarding the transaction details between AJL and Young India Private Limited. The day also saw a repeat of protests by Congress workers outside the Enforcement Directorate office, post which they were detained by the Delhi police. With Munish Pandey and video journalist Ankit Khandelwal, this is Shreya Chatterjee for India Today.
What is the alleged Herald scam? Akshita Nandagopal with that explanation.
Let's simplify this as much as we can for you. Associated Journals Limited back in 2008 had a huge debt of about 90 crore rupees. And so the Congress decided to give them a loan of 90 crores to settle their debt. It didn't work. The company shut down. 2 years later, Young Indian was founded in 2010. Now, here's where there are allegations of, assets being transferred from Associated Journals to Young India for throwaway prices. We're talking about a 90 crore loan that was with Associated Journals being transferred to Young Indian for just 50 lakh rupees. 90 crores given for just 50 lakh rupees. Now, as far as Young Indian is concerned, you've got a 76% stake with the Gandhis. Sonia Gandhi has a 38% stake. Rahul Gandhi has a 38% stake. Besides that, Motilal Vora, Oscar Fernandez have a 24% stake. So if you look at that itself, there are questions about how this loan and all assets of AJL was transferred to Young Indian. Then there's another aspect that the ED is looking into. Dotex Merchandise Private Limited, shown as a Kolkata-based firm, the suspicion is that this was a shell company. They gave a 1 crore rupees loan to Young Indian in 2010 when Young Indian was just 1 month old as a company and was worth about 5 lakh rupees. And despite that, 1 crore loan was given by Dotex Merchandise. The allegation by the BJP was that this was actually a money laundering operation. But all of this essentially sums up for you the allegations right now against the Gandhis with regards to the acquiring of AGL's assets by Young Indian. The loan being transferred of 90 crores for just 50 lakhs, and also this 1 crore loan that was given by Dotex Merchandise to Young Indian. Again, the Congress has maintained that Young Indian is a not-for-profit company.
High political drama unfolded outside the ED office and Congress headquarters in the national capital. Several top Congress workers who staged protests in solidarity with Rahul Gandhi, the leaders, have been detained for the second day. Youth Congress chief B.V. Srinivas was seen entering a massive tussle with the cops outside the ED office. Cops were seen carrying the Congress Neta, pushing him into a bus as well. This comes after Youth Congress chief ran away from the cops yesterday to evade police's detention. Congress MP Manikam Tagore took to Twitter, sharing a video of his detention along with other Congress Netas. The Congress Netas alleged that they were not allowed to enter the AICC headquarters even, and that the Congress workers were manhandled by the police. In fact, Congress MP Chidambaram alleged that he suffered a hairline fracture and was manhandled by the cops. Visuals on your screens screens right now. Live visuals on your screens. Rahul Gandhi back at the ED office. Remember his first round of questioning on day 2, that is today, got done. There was a short lunch break. He's back now. This is the entire cavalcade that is making its way back into the ED office. Round 2 of Rahul Gandhi's ED questioning to begin any moment now. You see those cars? You see that cavalcade that is going inside the Enforcement Directorate office that's got Rahul Gandhi in it. Rahul Gandhi will be in front of the ED officials who will start grilling him in minutes from now. Live visuals exclusive to India Today on your screens right now. Rahul's back in the ED office being questioned for the second day. We'll also get you inside track of what the line of questioning is. In fact, we've also accessed the inside track of what the line of questioning was in the first half today. And now this is the second round on the second day. If Munish is with us, let's get Munish to get us more details on the expected line of questioning. Munish Pandey is now joining us live. Munish, I'm throwing straight across to you. What can be expected in the second round of questioning on day 2?
Yeah, well, Chati, just a while back, Rahul Gandhi entered at the very same ED office where he was being questioned since morning. He was given a lunch break of an hour, and now again the second round of questioning will start. Now, what we have been given to understand is that in the first round of today's questioning, the Enforcement Directorate officials, the investigators, revisited the questions which were asked or posed before Rahul yesterday. It was pertaining to the Young India Private Limited, also regarding the Kolkata-based shell company, LS Shell Company, and regarding the transactions of AJL. They revisited because they wanted to know that if the answer of Rahul Gandhi matches with yesterday's answer or not. Also, yesterday when he was asked about these transactions, these companies, he said that he cannot give the full details because he don't remember. He had to revisit the documents, he had to revisit the CA, and then only he can give the answer. So last night, the ED officials had asked him if he has any documents, then he can submit before the officials. If he has any details, then he can disclose it today. So in the first half, the ED officials revisited the questions which were posed before Rahul Gandhi yesterday. In the second half, we have been given to understand is that again the ED will confront him with some documentary evidence in the case. Remember, in this case, the allegation is that by investing rupees 50 lakh rupees, Rahul Gandhi, as a director of Young India Private Limited, got assets of 2,000 crore rupees. Rahul Gandhi, in his defense, had said that Young India Private Limited is a Section 25 company, which means that he cannot make any profit no matter what the amount of assets are. But the ED officials wanted to know that what was the need for the Congress party to revive AJL, what was the need for the Congress party to give 92 crore rupees loan to AJL, and what was the need of Rahul Gandhi to become a director of Young India Private Limited, which acquired AJL by just investing 50 lakh rupees. So these are the questions which remains important for the Enforcement Directorate. ED wants to know the whole truth, and that is why again Rahul Gandhi will be giving a statement under Section 50 of Prevention of Money Laundering Act, which means the entire all the answers of Rahul Gandhi will be under oath. Chati.
All right, hold on right there. Munish, don't go anywhere. Munish Pandey getting us the minute-by-minute updates here on India Today. Stand by with us right there, Munish. Now we are tossing across to some reactions, political reactions that are coming in on the back of these developments. First, let's listen into those, and then we go back to Munish for more.
जो नाटक नौटंकी, जो थिएट्रिक्स और ड्रामा कांग्रेस पार्टी भ्रष्टाचार को लेकर कल से कर रही है दिल्ली में, ये पूरा हिंदुस्तान देख रही है। आश्चर्य का विषय है कि भ्रष्टाचार भी करेंगे, और जब भ्रष्टाचार के विषय में पूछताछ होगी, जब भ्रष्टाचार के विषय में कानूनी कार्यवाही होगी, तो उस पर ड्रामा भी करेंगे और उसमें सड़क भी रोकेंगे, उसमें कहीं न कहीं कानून से ऊपर अपने आप को मानेंगे।
वो नौकरियां छीनते जाएंगे, राहुल गांधी और कांग्रेस नौकरियों पर सवाल पूछेगी। वो भाईचारा मिटाएंगे, हम प्यार के बीज अंकुरित करते जाएंगे। वो वो रोजगार छीनते जाएंगे, हम रोजगार मांगते जाएंगे। वो गैस और पेट्रोल डीजल के दाम बढ़ाएंगे, हम उनको कटघरे में खड़ा करते जाएंगे।
These are fabricated cases. They are misusing the enforcement directorate for their political vendetta. We will fight it out at any cost. This has become a banana republic. They are trying to make India as a banana republic. They are trying like that. There is no democracy. There is no legal values.
यहाँ की पुलिस प्रशासन को कितना बड़ा दबाव झेलना पड़ रहा होगा दिल्ली से या गवर्नमेंट से, कोई कल्पना नहीं कर सकता। ये तो कोई आज तक मैंने कभी देखा नहीं। सर, आपके कानून अपना काम करे, 144 लगे तो आप अरेस्ट कर लीजिए, परंतु आप अगर AICC में आने लगे रोक सकते हैं। तो ये हालात हैं, देख रहे हैं आप लोग। डेमोक्रेसी की हत्या ही हो रही है, आप समझ लो देश के अंदर। ये देशवासियों को समझना पड़ेगा। खाली धर्म के नाम पर राजनीति कब तक करते जाओगे?
हम लोग आराम से पैदल जा रहे थे, मैं अकेले जा रहा था अपने सुरक्षा कर्मियों के साथ, और मुझे पुलिस ने रोक दिया। अब रोक दिया तो बैठने के अलावा मेरे पास रास्ता क्या है? और मिसबिहेव कर रहे हैं ये लोग, है ना? और ये देखिए किस प्रकार
ये हरासमेंट है, क्योंकि ये पत्रिका तो इंडिपेंडेंस के लिए फ्रीडम फाइटर्स ने निकाला और लोगों को कॉन्शियस बनाने के लिए और लड़ने के लिए हिम्मत देने के लिए ये पेपर बनी हुई है। और ये जब 2008 में बंद पड़ी थी, उसको जान देने के लिए ये सारी चीजें हुई। जो
जो जेल पर बेल में है वो बैठकर यहाँ पर सत्याग्रह चला रहा है।
अरे ऐसे चिल्लर बातें करने से क्या, उनके पास तो आजादी के लिए कोई लड़ा है, कोई मरा है, कुछ नहीं। उनको क्या दर्द है? जो लोग अपना सारी संपत्ति इस देश के आजादी के लिए लड़ा है, उनसे आप प्रश्न करते हैं।
Today we came to the AICC, myself, Punya ji,
yesterday he had provided all
Nizamuddin, or Meena ji, all we are all there. We are not allowed inside the AICC office, and the police misbehaved with us, and they are taking to unknown position. And we feel that the force of Amit Shah can't stop us.
Today I asked Rahul ji, what was your experience today? Rahul ji told I was enjoying. Yes, Rahul ji was enjoying the examination, because Rahul ji, not only Rahul ji, everybody knows that everything is being done on unfounded arguments, only to tarnish the image of the Congress party and the Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, those who are our leaders. Nothing else, only to besmirch the stature of Congress party.
What do you have to say about the BJP attacks?
BJP is doing it as a panic reaction, because they know that they don't have the lucid argument to prove that any wrongdoings has been committed by Rahul Gandhi.
डिटेन कर लिया गया, क्या कहना है?
ये सत्याग्रह है, ये डिटेन करें, थाने में ले जाएं, कहीं ले जाएं, सत्याग्रह जारी रहेगा। अब खेत खलिहान, गाँव में, चौपालों में और फैक्ट्रियों में सब जगह धीरे धीरे सत्याग्रह फैलेगा, और ये सत्याग्रह इस सरकार को बदल करके ही रुकेगा।
जो सवाल उठाए जा रहे हैं,
I
thought Mr. Gandhi will welcome the decision of the government to fill more than 10 lakh posts in the government of India in various departments. Rather than welcoming the decision, I think he's too busy dealing with other issues and unable to show his happiness towards this decision. मैं यही कहूँगा राहुल जी, आप पहले जो भ्रष्टाचार के गंभीर आरोप आपके ऊपर लगे हैं, उसके सही जवाब ईडी को दीजिए, ताकि जो 2 दिनों से आपकी जांच चल रही है उसकी जानकारी आप दे सकें।
Straight across to my colleague Sneha Mordani, who was earlier in conversation with BJP spokesperson Saad Ansari and Youth Congress chief B.V. Srinivas, who was seen in a tussle with cops outside the ED office. Take a listen in.
Saad Ansari, B.V. Srinivas of the Congress party has been detained, is also with us. What would you like to tell him? He says that none of the BJP leaders have been questioned by the ED in so many years. This obviously is a tool of vendetta that the BJP has been using.
देखिए, आपके पास और मेरे पास पैन कार्ड है, आधार कार्ड है, राशन कार्ड है। ये B.V. श्रीनिवास और ये पूरी जो भ्रष्टाचारियों को बचाने वाली मंडली
इसमें कोई पर्सनल अकाउंट के मामला नहीं है। उनको समझाइए IT सेल वाले आके यूनिवर्सिटी लोग कुछ भी बोलना नहीं चलता।
प्लीज शहजाद पूनावाला को, मैं आपको भी मौका दूंगी। बीवी श्रीनिवास, शहजाद पूनावाला को
बारे में समझा के आने को बोलिए, थोड़ा पढ़े लिखे आइए।
ये भ्रष्टाचार
इनका कोई लीगल वाले बिठाइए, इनके सारे झूठ बोल रहे हैं।
बीवी श्रीनिवास, शहजाद पूनावाला को बोलने दीजिए, मैं आपको भी मौका दूंगी। बीवी श्रीनिवास प्लीज, बीवी श्रीनिवास ऐसे तो कुछ नहीं समझ में आएगा, बोलने दीजिए, मैं आपको भी मौका दूंगी, आप बने रहिए। शहजाद गो है।
नहीं, ये लोग झूठ बोलने के अलावा आज तक।
बीवी श्रीनिवास प्लीज, इस तरह से हम डिस्कशन नहीं कर सकते, आप बने रहिए हमारे साथ। शहजाद पूनावाला को 1 मिनट बोलने दीजिए, फिर मैं आपके पास फिर से आऊंगी। शहजाद गो हेड।
First of all, it is the trial court which held that young Indians were used as a special purpose vehicle to use of public property worth 2,000 crores that belonged to freedom fighters and gave it to the Gandhi families to young Indians. It was a high court that upheld that order. The income tax reassessment order which was challenged by the Gandhi family in High Court and Supreme Court was upheld by court no relief from court. This is vendetta politics. Please, sir, don't
Shehzad, go ahead, I can hear you. Shehzad, you go ahead, I can hear you, please.
After that, just few days ago, the Congress party welcomes the ED action on Satyendra Jain, but when action is taken on their own Bhrashtachari, they have a problem with it. Why this double standard? Thirdly, did they or did they not take money into young Indians from Dotex, which is a shell company? Fourthly, did they or did they not illegally transfer ATL shares to young Indians, which has been objected to by Shanti Bhushan and Martin? They Kaju no less. They are not friends of the BJP. Fifthly, please tell me, does the income tax reassessment order that was challenged by you not say that you have to pay a liability of 100 crores in tax? Sixthly, is it not true that ED has attached properties? You all have not challenged that because you all know that there is no relief that you get from the courts of law. Till date, no court of law has given you relief. Srinivasan ji, please answer these questions. Instead of that, आप जब भी सवाल आता है आप भाग जाते हैं, आप झुकेंगे नहीं।
बीवी श्रीनिवास, please come in. Some pointed questions and Mr. Poonawala has asked. बीवी श्रीनिवास, do answer.
मेरा सिंपल कहना चीज है, 2015 में केस खत्म हो चुका था ये, हाँ, अभी दोबारा खुला क्यों? मेरे भाई बता तो सही, ये पॉलिटिकल वेंडेटा नहीं है तो और क्या?
मैं बताता हूँ।
वो क्या पॉलिटिकल वेंडेटा है नहीं है तो और क्या?
ठीक है, आपने सवाल पूछा, शहजाद पूनावाला को आंसर करने दीजिए। शहजाद आंसर। यस, बीवी श्रीनिवास, आपने सवाल पूछा, शहजाद पूनावाला को आंसर करने दीजिए।
मैंने इनको 2015 में केस खत्म हो चुका है।
मैं समझ गई बीवी श्रीनिवास, आपका सवाल आपने पूछा ना सवाल, तो शहजाद पूनावाला को आंसर करने दीजिए, वो आपके सवाल का जवाब देंगे।
कोई भी केस बंद नहीं किया गया था ईडी के द्वारा। इनफैक्ट ईडी हैज बीन कंटिन्यूइंग द इन्वेस्टिगेशन, अटैचमेंट्स वर मेड लास्ट ईयर आल्सो, एंड इफ द केस वाज क्लोज्ड, प्लीज टेल अस व्हाई डिड मिस्टर Srinivas and this great lawyer from the Congress party not go to court and say this is a closed case? Why are you summoning Rahul Gandhi? Why did you summon Oscar Fernandez? Why did you summon Motilal Vora, who also, when they were alive, went to the ED? So this kind of fake narrative, instead of peddling that, he should answer specific questions. Do you have engagements with Dotex, which is a shell company? Did you transfer shares of ATL legally? Or did you get the loan from Congress party, give it to ATL, which was transferred to young Indians, which was doing business in real estate? Could the donors of Congress party make that donation to this kind of company? Then you waived off that loan. Fourthly, there's a High Court order and a Supreme Court order against you on the income tax reassessment order. Fifthly, there's a trial court order summoning the leaders of Congress party for this fraud, calling it a criminal intent that was part of there in transferring the shares of ATL to young Indians. Are these facts true or false? Are this all vendetta politics, or is this court of laws observation?
As we slip into a very short commercial break, we leave you with the images of Karnataka Chief Minister Bommai getting emotional as he remembered his dog who he lost last year. Chief Minister Bommai broke down after watching Kannada movie Charlie 777, which is about a man and his dog's relationship. The Karnataka Chief Minister appreciated the film and spoke about his best friend, his Labrador, he lost last year.
ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಚಿತ್ರಗಳಾಗಿದ್ದಾವೆ, ಆದರೆ ಈ ಥರ 100% synchronizing with the emotions, especially emotion of a dog. Dog expresses its emotion through its eyes. ಅದ್ಭುತವಾಗಿದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ನೋಡಬೇಕು. ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೇನೆ, ಅನ್ಕಂಡೀಷನಲ್ ಲವ್ ಅಂತ. It's unconditional love which is pure, and this cinema has brought purity in love to Rakshit Sethi and
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye. Unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
Media posts about religion to social media posts about Sharad Pawar. Why the deafening silence over the intolerance being displayed by the Maharashtra police, from Saad Ansari to Ketaki Chittale to Nikhil Bamre? Where are the usual freedom of speech crusaders? We're going to break that silence on 5 Live at 5 p.m. Also lined up on the show, India Today, that first broke the news about Lawrence Bishnoi in the Musevala murder. Well, we've gone and confronted him. That's right. 5 Live at 5 p.m.
India Today confronted Lawrence Bishnoi, the mastermind behind Sidhu Moosewala's murder, while he ducked questions on the murder. The threat letter he allegedly sent to Salman Khan gets bigger with the Maharashtra government saying that the Bishnoi gang has targeted big businessmen and actors to extort money. The showdown over the Kerala gold smuggling scam continues. The ruling left and the Congress were at blows with each other on the ground and in the skies today. First, youth workers, that is the youth Congress workers, wrestled with a left leader on an Indigo flight while street clashes erupted across Kerala between ruling LDF and the opposition UDF. It is day 2 of Rahul Gandhi's interrogation in the National Herald case. The ED sources have revealed that Rahul looked cautious and his lawyers had tutored him. Rahul was allegedly evasive on many occasions, leaving the ED dissatisfied with his answers. There is now a brand new short-term recruitment policy for Indian youth to serve in the armed forces called Agneepath. The scheme will induct youth aged between 17.5 to 21 into the armed forces for a period of 4 years. About a quarter of all Agniveers will be retained if they choose to stay on merit.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
From social media posts about religion to social media posts about Sharad Pawar, why the deafening silence over the intolerance being displayed by the Maharashtra police? From Saad Ansari to Ketaki Chittale to Nikhil Bamre. Where are the usual freedom of speech crusaders? We're going to break that silence on 5 Live at 5 p.m. Also lined up on the show, India Today, that first broke the news about Lawrence Bishnoi in the Musevala murder. Well, we've gone and confronted him. That's right, 5 Live at 5 p.m.
So sorry.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls. In association with Sensodyne Daily Sensitivity Protection. LIC हर पल आपके साथ.
We ensure justice for Saad. Mob that slapped and abused teen faces the law of the land now. Others ignored, we fearlessly reported. We got Saad's assaulters booked. No kid gloves, only hard reportage.
India Today impact for Saad Ansari is our big story, but we're also using the attention this story has gotten thanks to our reportage to also shine the light of others who are sitting in jail thanks to their social media posts. Maha intolerance, silence of the usual crusaders of free speech. I'm Shiv Arur. This is 5 Live and these are the headlines. Rahul Gandhi back at the Enforcement Directorate for fourth round of grilling in 2 days. He's been questioned for 4 hours already today. Enforcement Directorate sources tell India Today Rahul has been evasive and tutored in his answers. Red letter day for the Indian military. Radical Agnipath scheme for short stint soldiers announced. 17.5 to 21-year-olds will be eligible to serve for 4 years. Veterans express caution. Is this a game changer or a gamble? India Today confronts Sidhu Moosewala murder mastermind gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, but he evades India Today's Arvind Oja's questions. Maharashtra authorities say that his gang planned to extort money from businessmen and actors in Mumbai.
आपने धमकी दिलवाई हैं? सिद्धू मूसेवाला मरवाया? बिश्नोई?
Modi on mega Maharashtra visit after inaugurating temple in Pune. Prime Minister lands in Mumbai. Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav welcomes the visiting PM. 2 custodial deaths in the last 48 hours in Chennai. 44-year-old allegedly dies in police custody. Family cries foul. Chief Minister Stalin under fire for this spate of custodial deaths in Tamil Nadu. Much of the country heard about 19-year-old Saad Ansari from Maharashtra yesterday thanks to India Today's coverage. It's a story that has horrified people because of what happened to this young man. He put out a social media post criticizing religion, a social media post that did not condemn or criticize Nupur Sharma. He was dragged out by a mob, he was slapped, he was made to apologize, he was made to recite religious verses, and then he was arrested by the police. We on India Today asked, what about those who attacked young Saad Ansari? And just hours after India Today's report, the police in Maharashtra was forced to act. Take a look.
A massive India Today impact. Muslim mob that assaulted 19-year-old engineering student Saad Ansari in Bhiwandi has been booked. India Today was the only channel to report assault on the engineering student by the mob led by a Congress leader which barged inside his house. Saad was slapped for supporting Nupur Sharma. Forced to apologize and read Islamic prayers for appealing for peace. 19-year-old engineering student from Bhiwandi in Maharashtra, Saad Ashfaq Ansari, had to face this angry mob, which barged into his home over a social media post, condemning death threats issued against suspended spokesperson of the BJP. Police have booked around 125 attackers who barged inside Saad's home to assault and abuse him. At least 18 of the assaulters have been identified for rioting and threatening the teenager. Thousands of Muslims took to the streets last week, shouting slogans pelting stones, burning public property, causing serious injuries to cops. Mobs did not stop there. Led by a local corporator of the ruling Congress party, they forcibly entered the house of Ansari, slapped him, used objectionable words and forced him to read the kalma for not denouncing Nupur.
तमाम निजामपुर के जो भी बच्चे थे वो यहाँ पे पुलिस स्टेशन में आए, सबके साइन किया हुआ एक मेमोरेंडम यहाँ पे दिया है और इनसे रिक्वेस्ट की है कि उस पर एफआईआर करें। इंशाल्लाह एफआईआर होकर उस पर जो भी कानूनी कार्रवाई वो होएगी। और मैं एक ही मैसेज देना चाहता हूँ कि बस अब इसके बाद में अगर किसी ने इस तरीके की बदतमीजी किया, कानून अपना काम करे, हम अपना काम करेंगे।
हम सब कुछ बर्दाश्त कर सकते गए, लेकिन रसूल आज़म सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम की शान में अगर कोई गुस्ताखी करेगा तो हम बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे।
His ordeal did not end there. Maharashtra police reached the spot and arrested the student. An FIR was lodged against the boy for hurting religious sentiments. He is currently in police custody. Commonwealth Games gold medalist Yogeshwar Dutt, reacting to India Today report, tweeted in support of the boy, questioning the silence of Nupur Sharma's critiques. Did Ansari pay the price for being a moderate and denouncing open calls to violence and beheading? Bureau Report, India Today.
So the India Today impact is that the Maharashtra police in Bhiwandi on the outskirts of Mumbai was forced to book over 100 people, with at least 18 of them having been identified. We've got their names. The police has shared them with India Today's reporters. Here are some of those names of those who were anonymous so far and are responsible for the attack on Saad Ansari. Faraz alias Baba, Bauddin Haji Rehan, Vinshu Noboy Kharbe, Saif Bardi. These are some of the names. I'm not going to read out all of them, but these are some of the people that the police has booked now as part of its FIR, forced to do so thanks to India Today, putting the spotlight and the pressure on this big story. I want to go across now to India Today's Divyesh Singh, who's broken this story here on the channel. Divyesh, what action? These people have been identified. These are the people responsible for cornering, dragging out Saad Ansari from his house. One of them also slapped him, abused him, made him, recite the religious verses as well. What action is going to be taken against them? When are the arrests going to be made?
Well, Shiv, as per the story that was reported by India Today regarding the attack on Saad Ansari, he was threatened by a mob of around 125 people who barged into his residence, who forced him to recite religious verses and then also slapped him. Following this story, the Bhiwandi police has registered case under charges of rioting, illegal assembly and several other sections against 100 to 125 people, of which 18 have been identified, and Section 141A CRPC notices have been served to the 18 identified persons. They have to produce themselves, they have to present themselves before the investigating officers as soon as possible. Others, the process of identifying others who have been involved in this particular attack, involved in this particular case is going on. We spoke to DCP Yogesh Chavan of Zone 2 of Thane Police Commissionerate, and he has confirmed that the process of identification of the other accused involved in this case, the people who threatened Saad Ansari, people who were responsible for rioting, for illegal assembly, is going on, and once they produce themselves before the investigating officers, further action could be initiated. As of now, Section 41A CRPC notice has been served to those identified. Yes,
Divyesh, what about Saad Ansari himself? He's still, in police custody right now. Any chance that he's going to get bail? What's going on with him?
Shiv, Saad Ansari has been remanded to police custody for 5 days. So he will remain in police custody of the Bhiwandi police till Thursday. He was arrested on Sunday. He was produced in a court which remanded him for hurting religious sentiments and creating enmity between two groups, and that is why he was remanded for 5 days in police custody. So till the period of custody ends, he won't be produced in court. Once his custody ends, he will be produced in court. Once he is remanded to judicial custody, his relatives could seek bail from the magistrate court. Shiv.
Okay, thanks very much, Divyesh, for giving us the latest on that. India Today's reportage forcing action just hours after we broke the silence, the media silence on this big story. But staying with Maharashtra, there are other such cases which have been ignored that we'd like to use this attention to put the spotlight on. Intolerance is clearly on the rise in Maharashtra. Marathi actor Ketaki Chittale and a student named Nikhil Bhamre are in jail for allegedly posting against NCP chief Sharad Pawar. Support is growing online right now for Ketaki Chittale for many weeks. She's been in jail for over a month now. Ketaki was arrested for sharing a poem referring to Pawar and describing him as someone who hates Brahmins and for someone for whom hell is waiting. Now, the case registered against her is defamation, posting defamatory matter. India Today, of course, does not endorse any of these views, but these are people who've been packed off to jail. 22-year-old pharmacy student Nikhil Bhamre has been in jail for the last 18 days and counting. His crime, the same, an alleged post against Sharad Pawar on social media. Well, now the Bombay High Court has pulled up the Maharashtra government for keeping Ketaki and Nikhil in jail for their social media posts against Sharad Pawar. The Maharashtra government, the High Court is not happy. They've asked for clarity from the government in Maharashtra over why these two youngsters have been kept in lockup, in jail, in remand for so long. Let's get a word in from Divyesh on that as well. Divyesh, Nikhil Bhamre, Ketaki Chittale, she's been in jail for over a month. Nikhil has been in jail for over 18 days now, both for similar charges of, social media posts criticizing Sharad Pawar. It's bizarre that they're in jail even at this point of time. What is the status in both their cases? The High Court is not at all happy with this.
Well, Shiv, as you pointed out that there are multiple cases which have been registered against Ketaki Chittale, who's an actor, who's a television actor and Marathi film actor. There are 22 FIRs which have been registered at various police stations against Ketaki Chittale. There are 4 non-cognizable complaints against Ketaki Chittale, and against Nikhil Bhamre, there are 6 FIRs which have been registered. Now, I would like to read out the observation made by Justice S.S. Shinde and Milind Jadhav, who wondered how a tweet by Nikhil Bhamre could have been the basis for a slew of first information reports filed against Bhamre. The bench observed there are hundreds and thousands of tweets every day. Will you take cognizance of each and every tweet? We do not want FIRs like these, unheard of. Some student is kept in custody like this. This is what the observation was of a High Court bench which was hearing a discharge application filed by Nikhil Bhamre, who remains in custody as of now. There are many other FIRs which have been filed against Bhamre. Similarly, Ketaki Chittale has been in custody for over a month. She is facing 22 cases against her which are of cognizable complaints, and there are 4 non-cognizable complaints which have been filed against Ketaki Chittale. So now the bench, the Bombay High Court bench, has asked the prosecution to seek a say from the Home Ministry and respond to the observation that the Bombay High Court bench has made.
Divyesh, thanks very much for joining us on that story. The spotlight here on India Today will continue to be on intolerance in different parts of the country. We've chosen to speak about what's happening in Maharashtra because of the viral silence. From Saad Ansari to Ketaki Chittale to Nikhil Bhamre, their stories only here on India Today Forcing Action. And we've got another news break coming up here on 5 Live. The Ranchi police in Jharkhand has just released for the first time Pictures of the alleged rioters involved in Friday's stone pelting and arson in the Jharkhand state capital. The Jharkhand police, the Ranchi police, has released these pictures. India Today has gotten its hands on this collage of images where the Ranchi police has sought information about these rioters and stone pelters who indulged in open arson and stone pelting in Ranchi last Friday. One policeman was also injured in the violence. Remember, in the widespread protests that took place after Friday prayers last week, Ranchi saw some of the worst violence. A policeman was injured. A lot of police vehicles were torched or damaged. Hundreds of stones were pelted. It was a law and order situation that necessitated a curfew being imposed in parts of the Jharkhand state capital. And now on the left-hand side of your screen is a collage of images officially released by the Ranchi police identifying the perpetrators, the culprits, the miscreants, whatever you want to call them. They're rioters. They were flinging stones at the police. Remember, there were peaceful protests in other parts of the country, but they turned violent in some parts, and Ranchi became one of the worst affected. I want to go across to Satyajit, joining us live from Ranchi. Satyajit, Ranchi police releasing these images that have just come out from the Ranchi police of, multiple rioters, stone pelters. Have there been any arrests so far? Take us through the investigation. Have any of these people in this picture been identified so far, Satyajit?
Actually, 5 people have been arrested since yesterday, and police, the raids are on the different locations of the people who are accused. Police is conducting raids on different locations, and it all started when yesterday the Governor House had summoned the senior officers, top class police officials of ADG rank. They were summoned to the Raj Bhavan, and the DC of Ranchi, SSP of Ranchi, all of them were called by the Governor Ramesh Payat, and he strictly asked what action has been taken, what action has been instituted so far, and he asked them if there is an FIR, 25 FIRs have been named FIR have been lodged, then what action so far police has taken, and if people are arrested and if you know the accused, if they have been identified through the use of technical team, by the CCTV footage, if you have identified the culprits, the accused who were involved in the arson and in the violence that broke out last Friday on June 10th, why don't you release their pictures and post it on all nook and corners of Ranchi so that people know they were the accused and the culprits are taken to task. It should be released in public domain. This was told by the governor, and it was a strict instruction by them. And after that, police has gone into action. They have released the posters, and now it will be posted and it will be pasted on all prominent blocks and chorahas, so that people get to know that these people are accused whose complicity has been established in the violence that broke out on Friday.
Satyajit, the pictures that have been put out by the Ranchi police are very clear. It's easy to, probably identify the individuals as in these pictures. So are you saying it's just a matter of time before these people are quickly arrested?
Yes, it's a matter of time because police took a lot of time to identify the complicity of those who were involved in the Friday incident. That area where the violence broke out is an area equipped with high resolution CCTV. There is a high mask light where 6 cameras were already put up by the administration. Prior to that, on the Sarjanand Chowk, the cameras were put up for the traffic CCTV footage. CCTVs are there. Again, if you travel across towards the Isra Masjid Choraha, there are cameras. Apart from the cameras, which have been put up personally by the shopkeeper. So it has become a bit easy for the police. The job has become easy for the police because the violence broke on that particular road, MG road, so it has become easy for the police to identify the culprit.
Right.
They are going to the CCTV footage. Drone cameras actually also works on that particular area to keep a vigil on traffic and on law and order. So they are using the drone cameras also. The technical teams are upon it, and that's why they have been able to release the posters very soon.
Okay. Sachiji, thanks very much for giving us that update. First and exclusive as always with the pictures. This one has just been put out by the Ranchi police. We're taking a very quick break. On the other side, you have to see what we've got lined up for you, and only India Today's Arvind Ojha could have managed this. We've gone up close and confronted gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. That's right. That's our microphone right there. As we try and get a word in from the man who's taken responsibility for killing Sidhu Moosewala. Who else but India Today could have brought you this report? You'll see the whole thing next.
सलमान खान को आपने धमकी दिलवाई हैं? सिद्धू मूसेवाला मरवाया?
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching
More support